Good morning again. We're going to start the morning session. We are very lucky to have on board Goddijn, who is the CEO of TomTom. Please, Harold, come on stage, and thank you again to be there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be here. Exciting times, I think, for everybody who's working in data, also for us. My name is Goddijn. I'm one of the founders of TomTom. We started our business 25 years ago as a computer software engineering company. We did various products for business to business and consumer products, but then in beginning of 2002, we became a navigation company. And what we did is we brought navigation to ordinary people. We democratized that. Before we came to the market, you could only buy it as part of an expensive car. And after the launch of our first products, and particularly in 2005, 2006, and 2007, this became a really transformative technology that changed the lives of many people. And times have moved on, of course. What we did at the time was fairly unique. It's not unique any longer. We are now competing with a whole range of customers who are offering similar services on smartphones and in other ways and in the head unit in cars. But we have found ourselves a new life. We're now mostly in the data business, or that is our core strategic angle of licensing data to enable and empower location-based services. So we make maps, we make traffic information, we develop a lot of technologies that help parties and companies to develop products that have a location component. And that includes the automotive industry, but it also includes a lot of West Coast companies, including Apple and Uber, and a couple of other guys who are using our technologies. Apart from that, we are active in telematics, and telematics is a fast-growing area, connected car type of applications. We are the largest company in this field in Europe, with about 700,000 connected cars. We're talking to our servers every 2 minutes, every day, on average 8 hours per day, sorry. And of course, we still have a consumer business that we are now diversifying, and we're not only doing navigation, but we're also working in sports and fitness. And it amuses me to think that a lot of you, I don't know what the average age is of the audience, but a lot of you have probably never driven now with a paper map. You can see how things can go fast and change very rapidly. But today we are at the eve of big things. We are, if you look at location services and you look at the new big areas of growth and excitement, then there's one particular area that's called the self-driving car that really captures the imagination. There are a lot of companies now working on this technology, making components, making data, making sensors, making software to enable that self-driving car. And that's not just a matter for the incumbents, the existing car makers, but interestingly and fascinatingly, we see new entrants coming to market, like Google and Apple and Tesla, and others will undoubtedly follow. And it's good to give you a bit of a picture of what we know so far about the industry and where we're going. First of all, let's step back and try to understand what the problem is that we're trying to solve here. So I think the first motor car was developed by Carl Benz. I think it was 1886 or something like that. But it took another 20 years for that technology to become mainstream, and it took Ford and new production methodologies to make this a real consumer product. But that consumer product has been fantastically successful. It has changed the way we work. It has enabled commerce. It gave everybody a great sense of freedom. And it's one of the most defining inventions, I think, of the last century. But that came at a high price. All that freedom and all that trade comes at a very high price. First of all, there is the problem of fatalities in traffic. There is a stunning amount of people that die every year in traffic. It's 1.3 million people every year fatally wounded in car-related accidents. That is an enormous amount of. That is the equivalent of about 120 planes, full planes, crashing down to earth every week. So that's a problem. With that mobility comes congestion. With that mobility comes pollution. And a lot of valuable space is in cities and elsewhere is occupied by those cars. Also, driving a car and that mobility is expensive. It's still, for an average family, about 10 to 15% is dispensed on a piece of kit that doesn't do much 90% of the time. So the question is, can we do anything better? And of course, people are very excited about the efficiency gains and the safety gains self-driving cars could deliver to society. And that is all good. And there's now also a sense, also with the software developers and the technology industry, that this is actually possible. That's not a given. Not everybody is convinced that we will have cars anytime soon that are completely autonomous. But the overwhelming argument is that we will crack it. We don't know exactly when, but we will crack this problem. And different groups, of course, take different approaches. On the one hand, you have the car industry. The car industry is looking at a more incremental improvement, and that is by design, because they have existing business. They have an existing customer base that they need to serve, and they also want to make money and want to be able to generate cash to invest in those technologies. And then on the other hand, there are the guys who are starting from a complete blank sheet. Startups and the new entrants who probably want to go directly to self-driving and not to highly automated driving. And the difference between self-driving and highly automated driving is massive. So highly automated, the big difference is that the driver in a self-driving car is no longer responsible, or there is no driver who is responsible for the safety of that car. In highly automated driving, it's always the driver who is, at the end of the day, responsible for the safety of that vehicle. And the difference is huge. So we need to train those computers and we need to work with computer vision to make that work in an acceptable and in a safe way. And that is not easy, and it takes a long time. Some people think that by 2020 you will see the first commercially deployed self-driving vehicles coming to the market, but it will not be a big bang. It will be in a very restricted area, maybe on a campus, on a university terrain. It will be city by city, street by street, city by city that this technology will be rolled out in the self-driving sense of the word. But we will learn and we will take important lessons of how the technology performs, how safe it is, how customers react, and we will use that time usefully to harden the technology. Also, don't expect that from one day to the next all cars will become self-driving or over a short period of time. That's not the case. The economical argument for self-driving cars in rural areas, for instance, is very difficult to make. It's only in cities where that famous mobility on demand is economically viable, where you have a large network effect, where algorithmically you can connect and price supply and demand for connectivity. But what would it be a spectacular feat of mankind if we can press the button on our home screen, on our telephone, and within 2 minutes there's a car taking you to a destination, no questions asked, no driver. That would be something spectacular. And I'm sure when it becomes available and the technology is there, it will be relatively easy to raise the capital to finance those cars and build those networks. Because everyone will scramble and try to get that first user advantage and capture those possible network effects and those efficiency effects. Of course, there will still be traffic jams when all cars are self-driving. The overall demand will not go down, it will probably increase, but we have more technology available to manage those traffic jams. And we could redefine a traffic jam as a pile of cars very close to each other, but driving at 200 kilometers per hour, who knows? And maybe we can use the existing space that are now available for a 2-lane car, the same space we can maybe fit in 4 lanes or 5 lanes. Who knows? Times will tell what is going on. But it is sure that there is an enormous amount of gains to be capitalized. There's an enormous profit pool available for the ones who are going to crack this first. And the world will look different. You know, the whole way cars will be sold will look different. We potentially need fewer cars, although those cars will make many more miles. So there's still a debate going on, trying to anticipate what's going to happen to the industry. Do we actually need fewer cars or do we need more cars? And the answer is no one can predict that. What we do know is that mobility, the demand for mobility will potentially go up, and those cars that are on the road will make many more kilometers. And the number of kilometers that is driven will be a defining factor for the economic life, and no longer that 8 or 9 year period that we currently have. And if we have those self-driving cars, of course, we can use the extra time that will become available very useful. We can read, we can go on the internet, but we can also, you know, I predict now that in 50 years you can order a self-driving vehicle with a hairdresser inside, for instance. So you use that time also correctly. A big unknown, of course, is so there's very significant technical issues. Let's not kid ourselves. It is not easy. Although there's a lot of progress in artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, it is still a very hard area to crack. The number of permutations is just gigantic. The number of things. Where we are as humans are trained over millions of years to do this stuff really efficiently. We need to train computers to do that as well, and that's never going to be easy. You also need to train computers how to break the law. You don't realize it, but if you drive in a very busy city, as I do in Amsterdam, you're continuously breaking the law. You're pushing your way in and that is a completely accepted way of doing things, because if you don't make your intentions clear, nothing will ever happen, and you will never arrive at your destination. You need to wiggle through bicycles, and you need to be an assertive driver to survive in a city like Amsterdam. And Amsterdam is also different than Mountain View. So what works in Mountain View doesn't necessarily work on the Place de la Concorde. So there is a whole thing that we need to get through. So, but apart from all the technical challenges that we need to overcome, there's also a big regulatory thing. And regulators are notoriously bad at weighing risk. Yeah, if you say 1.3 million people get killed in traffic, we're going to do self-driving cars because it's good and it's going to be safer. That may all will be true, but I guarantee you that the first time someone get killed in a self-driving car, it will make headlines all over the world, and people will step back and will ask for further assurance. Because it's hard, you know, and the general public itself is also very bad in weighing those risks. And there are, of course, very difficult questions to answer. If a car is driving and it has the option of bringing the life of a pedestrian in danger, of the life of the occupant on the vehicle in danger, what are you going to do, and who is going to decide that? Is that a software developer? Is that government? Is that, you know, we don't know. And you know, what kind of, how do you answer that? Who do you start answering those questions? And the answer is we don't know. And we need to figure that out. But we do believe that overall, on balance, self-driving cars will have the potential to become a lot safer. And then, of course, there is the whole industry as well. We have a very proud industry that has been built over 100 years. About 50 million people work in that industry. And if that industry gets disrupted, then we can also see a very interesting playing out between the incumbents, the regulator, and the challengers. And who knows what that will lead to. And then, of course, there is the whole thing of data as well. So the amount of data we need to even start thinking to make the technology work is gigantic. It is enormous. The amount of data we need to collect and process to make this technology work is beyond imagination. And we need to process that, we need to collect that, we need to do all sorts of things to even start to think how we can get this to work. And then, of course, there is the whole thing of who is that data from and who owns that and what are we going to, and how do we manage that? Do we need legislation to protect that data or not? I don't know the answers to that. I have, of course, a personal view, but it's going to be interesting to see how that debate will pan out in the real world. But it is very possible that this will get political and this will get subject to influence by lobbies and what have you. I can't see that the software developers themselves can set the pace unencumbered by legislators, and I think that is to a way acceptable and understandable. But if we want to make progress, we also need to create flexibility and need to learn to live with a level of uncertainty for a certain period of time. And I hope that the legislators will have that patience and that wisdom. We as TomTom want to be part of this world. We're doing a lot of stuff. We're building those 3D maps that are needed for self-driving. We're building simulation tools where software developers can test the technology without killing anyone. And we are providing location technologies. In other words, technology, software and data to very accurately determine where the car is on a certain piece of road. That's not an easy problem to solve. We need 5 centimeters accuracy or something around that area. And that will involve a massive amount of data to collect and process. And big advances also in computer technology. All that data need to be stored in the car. The network cannot provide the bandwidth to do that on a server-based technology. So we do need connections. Of course we do need connections, but we also need to develop technologies where the car can drive safely without having a data connection available at all time. I think that's it. If you ask me for timelines, I think 2020 you will have the highly automated driving, so not the non-self-driving bit will have advanced very significantly. I think it's perfectly possible to start driving from home to the motorway and then put it on automatic pilot and then, take your hands on the wheel again where you're at your holiday destination in the south of France. I think that's possible by 2020. Fully autonomous driving, I think that's a much harder question to ask. But that will not be a big bang, that will be a much more gradual development. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
There is a question just behind.
Try to trouble it. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic, this thing.
Yeah. Great. I'm Younes from the Luxembourg National Innovation Agency. I heard that TomTom, I was told that TomTom started as the outcome of an EU project. Is that true?
No, that is not true.
Okay. I wanted my success story to make it towards the horizon 2020.
Well, it is TomTom is a product of the European, if you're referring to that, very much so. And I was, especially in the context of Brexit, of course, we were discussing that. I'm married to a French woman. My friends are a lot of English guys. TomTom started his life with one leg in London and one leg in Amsterdam. We could conquer the world because we had EasyJet. We didn't have to pay through the nose for our flight tickets. So, yeah.
Another question?
Thank you very much for your very interesting talk. I would like to ask you for the personal opinion, which you hinted to it, on the data ownership issues. The European Commission is working on an initiative, a free flow of data, and I would be very interested to learn from you, what are the barriers and challenges that you are facing as a company in this context? It addresses data location, it addresses ownership of data, access to data, but also reusability issues. And what would be your personal suggestion in that context? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we are sitting on a lot of very sensitive data. We're nowhere near the levels of Google or other companies, but nevertheless, we are sitting on location data, and that's very sensitive. And we use that location data for very honorable purpose. We provide traffic information, we give all sorts of data about cities for planning purposes and what have you, but nevertheless, it is sensitive data. We've done everything we could to protect that data and provide security not only to our own customers, also business-to-business customers. We get a lot of location data from AAA customers who have a lot to lose in terms of reputation. So we've gone a long way to anonymize that data, make sure we can't trace it back to a person and an individual, but once we've done that, we consider it as ours. It's our stuff. We want to use that to the best of our ability to progress our products and our business. We make traffic information from it, we find map errors, we build maps based on those location business, we help governments in planning their traffic, and so on and so forth. But we also want to be able, we protect that data, but we also don't want to hand over the data to anyone, and also not the legislator, if we don't have to, and if there's not a real cause for that. So I'm kind of spooked by the new developments in the Netherlands in particular. There's a new law in development that obliges us to give wholesale with very little security, that data, to law enforcement officers or God knows who wants to get hold of that data. And I don't like that. And if push comes to shove, I will bring that data to a jurisdiction where that is not possible. And we won't hesitate to do that. I think Germany is a good, they have a much stricter privacy law, and we will move the data from data centers where they are as best protected as they can possibly be.
Another one?
Please talk in the mic.
Good morning, my name is Tim Stark, I work for the RELX Group. I had a question, actually two. I'm over here, downstairs. Okay,
Sorry.
I'll wave. Right here, in the middle.
Oh yeah, there you are. Yeah.
With the orange box.
I was looking for a blue box, but you
I have the orange one.
The red one.
So I have actually two questions. So could you maybe elaborate a bit on the telematics and your business there, and where you are active, in which geographies, and why specifically there, or is it a European thing? And the second one, a bit more existential. You said that, and I agree with you, that the potential of the self-driving car is enormous, but once you sit in that car, as a human being, you don't do the same stuff as you would be when you're driving. Do you think that in 50 years or 100 years' time, we're getting lazier and lazier, and though we do have the opportunity to read a book and become smarter, but isn't there some value in doing stuff yourself as a human being?
Well, I don't think we will become lazier. And if you're worried about that, you order a car with a treadmill in it. And spend the time that you would normally sit in traffic. You do that, kind of running. No, I don't think that. There's all sorts of usability issues, of course, around self-driving car. What are you going to do? Do you feel comfortable? And are you going to read a book or what? I don't know. I don't know, and nobody knows. We'll figure that out. And as always with those predictions, they are kind of difficult to make, especially when they are when the future is involved. And the secondary effects, there will be many more than what I just said. And the way people will interact with the technology is very hard to guess how that will pan out. And and I think it's always, and I'm in the technology business, so I need to be better than most about making those predictions because my livelihood is dependent on that. But I've become a lot more humble than when I was a young man. And I think the only way business can prepare for those eventualities is keep the flexibility, be agile, think in scenarios, but be prepared to divert from those scenarios because it is indeed very hard to predict what the future will bring us and how consumers will react to that and how society will collectively respond to that. So experimentation is great and we will learn. There is time, this will not happen from one day to the next. It will be a more gradual development, but it will be also very profound. So it's right to think about it. It's right to worry about the thing. It's right to think about the opportunities. It's right to think about the threats. But it's quite difficult at this stage to give an exact picture of what the world will look like in 50 years from now. I'm not going to try.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you very much for being there.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. That's yours. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. Yeah. Good luck.
And now we are very pleased to welcome on board the European Commission, who is, by the way, supporting this event. Marta Nagy-Rothengass is going to talk about data-driven economy. Thank you for being there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to share with you the recent developments in the EU. But before I start with my talk, I would like to express my highest appreciation and thanks to the organizers of the event. This event is the 5th time organized European Data Forum. Every time we have a record, we have here of participation. We have more than 600 people since yesterday. And the organizers did an excellent job. So great facility, everything is perfectly organized. So I would like to thank you with you together to the organizers already now, before the closing session also, for this great job. So everything is running well. Thanks a lot. We are very proud and happy to be part of the organization of this conference. And it is very important for us to share with you the development in the data economy from the private side, from the business, but also from the policy side. We have seen very interesting discussions in panels on automated driving or from the public sector. Today we will get media in addition to that and many others. And now I would like to outline for you what are the European activities in this context. The main driver is for us to work towards data-driven innovation and a data economy in Europe. And our main policy instrument to implement it is the digital single market. At first, I will inform you mainly about these activities, what we have been doing in that context. Then I would like to inform very briefly on an open call. I think many of you are interested in open calls, how you could work with us together in this context. And at the end, I would like to give you also some feedback on the outcome of the first H2020 call that was run in collaboration with the PPP. You will understand that I cannot go into I think we just have seen it one in the TomTom by the automated driving, that it is necessary. But we are observing many other areas in the healthcare sector growing or in energy sector. What do I mean hereby? We need the big companies, we need the ICT companies bringing the data analytics tool and all of the elements to it. But we need also academia and research to help to get to the next step of development. And we also need the right framework conditions. We need venture capital, we need the skills available, but we need also infrastructure and the legal environment. What do we expect in Europe from these? We have currently, it was the figure for last year, a data market around 50 billion euros in euro, and this is the directly calculated amount which was calculated based on the figures available for the study. We have been seeing 3 different scenarios, the baseline scenario or high growth scenario, but also a challenge, a low growth scenario, which will depend on our collaboration, how the industry is helping to take up this technology in the different other sectors, but also how the public sector helps developing an entrepreneurship supportive environment hereby. And to do this latter, we have been working on the Digital Single Market Initiative, and the data economy is the so-called third pillar of this initiative. The Commission has been working now on a communication which will be published in end of November or December of this year, where we will outline many elements, what we believe is important. We are working on the main restrictions of data movements, of data ownership elements, but also access and others. Before publishing this communication, the Commission has already started working on different pillars in this context, and we have published already a number of communications addressing different pieces leading to a well-functioning data ecosystem. What are these elements? For example, the digitizing of European industry communication. Hereby, we are working on the setting up of industry data platforms. Hereby, we are looking on innovation hubs support in Europe to deploy the technologies and to support the digitization of the traditional industries in Europe. We have been working on a cloud initiative, on priorities for ICT standardization, and as the public sector, we do believe that we have to take the same move of development, and we should profit also from efficiency increase and evidence-based decision-making thanks to data technologies. So if we go to the digitizing industry, European industry package, hereby the Commission communication outlined that it is very important to work on the data also in industry context, not in general context, not only in the B2C to the consumer relation, but it's very important also to address the industrial challenges B2B in this field. The second element, what has been outlined, and we heard it in just a couple of minutes ago, the Commission is working also on the concept of automated driving from the legal perspective. What is needed to be done? What are the main elements hereby? And for these, we are working on legal instruments, but also experimentations for cross-border automated motorways is being planned, which would be an additional boost for innovation testing hereby. We are working also on safety of apps and other non-embedded software, which is not covered in other legislation. And we are also looking at the existing regulation in many types of consumer protection or other fields to revise whether any need to change or to revise it in the digital context. Many of you has mentioned yesterday that especially at European level is important also to think about standardization and interoperability. And it is not only important if we think in cross-border context, but also if we are thinking on the data reuse in cross-sectoral concept, for example. Therefore, the communication on the ICT standardization priorities has identified big data technologies as one of the important elements to work on it in two main parts. One is the cross-sectoral data integration, and for here we are working with standardization bodies, with industry players together to find new models, new architecture if needed, identifiers, etc. And the second is to have a better interoperability of data and also working more intensively on metadata issues. We will be also working on missing ICT standards, if there is any, and there will be several activities, including our task force or working group of the public-private partnership called Big Data Value. Other very relevant initiatives are the European Cloud Initiative and the e-Government Action Plan. And for most of you, I don't need to explain why is it important for us to work on a European cloud and infrastructure which will enable the functioning of the data ecosystem. The first step is the Open Scientific Cloud, which has been launched with the communication in April. And we will work on it to enlarge the concept to a data infrastructure, addressing also in the second step public administration and supporting also the development of private cloud in Europe. We had also activities and consultations on platforms, which is also very strongly related to our work that we have been doing. Now I would like to move to the core of the DSM, addressing the data economy in this context, and this is the Free Flow of Data initiative. As a predecessor of this communication, and thanks also to the contribution of many stakeholders, many of you also from this room, we were delivering this communication towards a data-driven economy in Europe, which was a very important milestone to outline the understanding what is data economy, how the data ecosystem could work, and how the networking and community building can be supported at European and national level. We have, in additionally to that, also the packages that I have mentioned already, and we will be working on the Free Flow of Data initiative. Sorry, it is. May I take this? Is from you? Apologize. So we will be working on 4 main streams hereby, and we are also looking for feedback in this field. One is the data localization, the data location restrictions. It has been mentioned in the previous talk that there are different national regulations at the moment. There is a need and there is an expectation to have a European or EU-wide regulation hereby. We are working on understanding the legal and economic impact and main barriers of the concept of data ownership, which is called in many countries the reuse rights more than the ownership concept. So we are working on it with the industry and with other public administration together to understand what are the main elements and whether there is a current need to adopt any legislation exists. We will be working, and we are working also on the access and reuse of the data without obliging the business sector to open all of its data, which is seen nowadays as a competitive advantage or business model of the companies. But we are looking for opportunities to get more data available. We will start with open data of the public sector, but also we are encouraging the opening up the data hereby. Further technical and portability elements are hereby also addressed, and also the technical interoperability. As next steps following a couple of workshops to which many of you were invited, and a public consultation where we had more than 1,000 answers from whole Europe, we are planning further consultation activities. We will have a roundtable with Commissioner Oettinger, where we would like to present the industry needs for a well-functioning data ecosystem. It shall be in the second half of September. We are working in different workshops and contexts with industry stakeholders to identify the needs for industrial data platforms, which should help automated driving, which should help the manufacturing processes. They should help develop different ecosystems which are in support of future developments. We will also run further consultation as soon the first results will be coming, and we are already inviting you to contribute to these activities. And to show that it is not only the wisdom of the Commission staff, which would be by far not enough, we have launched a couple of studies to better understand the different issues, the different elements, and it can very well happen that on behalf of the Commission and as part of these studies, a couple of companies and many of you might be contacted by the study runners to get feedback, mainly from the industry, but of course also from research and innovation centers. We are having these studies in all of the parts that I have described before for you. I have mentioned also the importance of the open data, and we see the open data as an important part of the data economy and of the digital single market. And we see also that the available open data hasn't been reused as much as would have been possible yet. So we are running here also different activities, support measures in H2020, but also in other contexts. And we encourage you also to consider by your businesses the more intensive reuse of the open data, of the public open data, which is available in Europe. And where, as well, the Commission as the Member States are putting a lot of effort. And this effort is not only material effort, the effort is also to publish the data the best possible way. I have heard yesterday that still some administration publish their data in formats which is not machine readable and not reusable. We are working on it, and if you consider this data would be necessary for your business, let us know, let the administration know, and it is now a change of culture in the publication of this data. In this context, to force the development of the open data, we have been working also on an open data infrastructure for the whole Europe, with the aim to connect or be the main point of entry between local, regional, national, and European open data sources. And as part of this digital service infrastructure, we have now a call for specific services to get more data published in the cross-border context. There is a call open until mid-September. The budget is not huge, but the competition in these calls are very low in the last years. So there is a real opportunity to ensure that if cross-border context, especially in area where countries are close together in this, it offers great opportunity to enrich the data available and a great opportunity to work with the public sector actors in your region. Necessary conditions are to have at least 3 different member states present, but it could be 3 partners. And it is necessary also to get an acknowledgement of at least one of the member states that the data on which you are working is necessary and it is required for them. I have put here also the objective, but it is not the main core, and the link is there for those of you who are interested. The slides will be published very soon. As last point of my contribution today, I would like to tell you a couple of points about the Big Data Partnership, Big Data Value Partnership, PPP, where the European Commission and in person our unit is the public side. We will have on the stage, after me, the private side, the industry. We are very proud and very happy from the Commission side to to have established this public-private partnership. The public-private partnership has the goal to be an open, transparent, very broad association and partnership. And if you are not yet a partner, don't miss to contact our colleagues here or us on the conditions and the advantages to be part of it. We have the memorandum understanding signed in 2014. Since that, the partnership has got more than 130 members and has developed a great strategic research agenda, which will be also presented in a couple of minutes. The expected investment of the partnership is 2.5 billion euros, and the main goal of the partnership setting has been to boost innovation in the data economy in Europe, to help to increase the competitiveness, to get tangible intervention, and not to have spread 1, 2 million or 10 million euros interventions in very different small unrelated activities, but to connect these collaborative approaches, these collaborative projects. It's important for us to develop new technologies also, but the main focus is on innovation support, to force technology and methodology transfer across borders, across sectors, even across applications in certain sectors, with also new instruments which will be presented later on. And now to come to the outcome of the call. I think we have two big groups in the room. Most of you, I suppose, are aware of it or were applicants of the calls, either by this call or in the past. The others, they have not been applied yet, or they are not aware of it. So what is very important for us with this H2020 project funding, to have as broad as possible participation, as many as possible also new entities, new companies or research bodies there, but at the same time to give you also a guide that you don't necessarily apply for the money available in a hopeless situation. How do we do it? We have run 2 information and networking events to support your ideas. We are we are developing also documents, background notes, which should help you as a kind of guidelines, what is expected, how is it expected. And we see as follow-up of this work that we have succeeded to get a better succession rate and better funding rate for the real applicants. In the past, we had up to 1 to 12 success rate, which is very demotivating if we see it. Now, if we go to across the whole submissions, we are around by 1 to 6, which is still very high, but it is an improving rate in that sense. If we go to the individual topics, we were calling for cross-sectoral, cross-lingual data integration and experimentation. It means we were calling for 1 incubator and a couple of, as we call it, innovation spaces. We are very happy because we have got a good submission hereby with 38 proposals. And we are happy because it looks that among the submissions, there are very good, very promising outcome will be seen. In the support and industrial skill development part, we got only 2 proposals, but it was also understandable seeing the very targeted and very specific orientation of this call. And hereby we will have also our expected action to be delivered. We had also asked for large-scale pilots addressing certain industry application areas, sectors in a vertical mean, with 13 submissions. Bearing in mind the budget, you will see that 25 million budget with the indicated budget size. We will have 2-3 maximum actions in this file, which is rationally possible. And the biggest interest, and it was a surprise, but a very positive surprise, that the biggest interest in relation to available budget and to the topic was on the privacy-preserving big data technology development. Here we had a huge interest, huge competition, and it shows that there are ways and means and opportunities to work also on technological means to help the privacy solutions. So hereby we will have also a couple of projects and the coordination support action with the aim to address the issue of privacy across the board, not only in a targeted project context, but across the board hereby. The results will be delivered to you as indicated already on the participation portal end of July, at the latest early August, and the non-negotiations, the contract preparation will start so that we will have the new projects ready end of the year or early next year. So we are looking forward in this part to get the new projects, which will be present at the next event also, and we are hoping to get a good boost in this work. Last information, this is just an internal information for you. As many big organizations, we are facing also a reorganization, and from tomorrow on, so today is not only the last day of the Dutch presidency, this is also the last day of our current organization. From tomorrow on, we have a new organization, new organigram for the Directorate General. For the data economy part, no significant changes are to be expected. We are addressing the data policy and innovation under this title, the data economy. We are continuing to focus on innovation support policy as outlined in my presentation. And we will continue also to address the cross-border, cross-lingual challenge in this data economy. So it will be very important move hereby that the main focus is on the data economy. Certain elements of language technologies and multilingualism has moved or is going to move from this unit to a unit and will work together in a more social context with web accessibility and learning, but the links between the activities will be supported. So if you are contacting us or if you receive mail or post from us, don't be surprised for this new title, for the new name. And this is not anymore G3, but G1 for those that are using these internal points also. I thank you very much for your interest, your attention, and I am at your disposal if we have time for questions.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the floor? Here on the first. Can we have a mic upstairs? It's on the front.
Hello, Klaus Zinser. I'm working as consultant in Europe. You talked a lot about open data. I watched, and I think mainly it's DG Justice, but the point is we had this Schrems case, who luckily managed to go to the Court of Justice, which is very difficult for normal citizens because they don't have access to this justice court. I watched, and especially when I see we had this TomTom presentation, the Galileo project, which could be further. And when I see freedom of information requests, for example, this data is still sent as letter or it's sent as, let's say, not OCR searchable files. So my question is, when or is there an intention of the Commission in general, it could also be a good point for you to say all these documents, that the organization documents, and that's, for example, done in Hamburg, that all this data is open by default. Not that people have to come and say, hey, it's secret, I want to have these documents, that the Commission changes its role and saying, hey, we are a service organization for whole Europe and we want to open these documents by default, searchable, and we can, as citizens, we can analyze them much more.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much for this question. Of course, the open data is at core of our activities. There are different services of the Commission dealing with open data, but we have the policy leadership to ensure that the open data is there. There is the Public Sector Information Directive, which shows the way towards opening up of the data. This directive was revised in 2013. Since 2015, the transposition in the different member states has happening. Most of the member states have already transposed this directive, and the directive requires that the data published by the public sector should be in machine-readable form. Of course, the public sector is also in a development, and this is why I expressed you the words of change of culture or cultural change hereby. So we are observing that more and more data is published in, at least in digital form and in machine-readable form more and more. We have been delivering service to the member states on it, and we have even a service that if a citizen or a company is dissatisfied with the data or the publication of this data, can contact us, and we are looking for it, we are looking after it, and we are contacting the member state, and if it's necessary, we put also the legal steps into it. Publication of all documents, it is nevertheless also a national issue. So to ask to publish everything everywhere, it is in certain countries, certain cultures is the case. It is not the case across the whole Union. For transparency reasons, there are more and more publications for it. And there is also described very clearly what has to be published and what not.
It's working? Yeah. I was more asking for the documents which are under control of the European Commission, partially the Parliament, because on the member states you have some influence, but let's say all this Commission information which belongs to the European Union, that there is a change of culture saying, hey, we open up this data also for research and that we can see how the system is working. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. There we have been also working, and there is also an internal rule for the Commission to publish all of the data, either by request or which are the data what is published. You can imagine that also the public sector is moving in that, and all the documents what is available in the Commission is not possible. So we have a kind of classification of the documents which have been published and which are available. But there is also the same way what I described before, that you can ask for these documents and they will be. And we have here a stand of the European Commission data portal, if I'm right informed, on the 4th floor. And the colleagues there, they are working on it. And they have even published now a new tool in the Open Data Portal that citizens and businesses can ask for data and for information there. And that kind of information that has been already requested will be also published on that portal. So in that context.
Maybe a last question from the lower floor.
Yeah, here's a question.
Hi, actually this is not a question, I'm here. And just to, complete your answer, I represent this open data portal, so you can come and see us for all questions. Stand 24, third ring, so we're just here. European open data portal, European data portal, so it's two, we can explain you everything. Data are actually accessible, so do not hesitate to come to visit. Stand 25.
Thank you very much for this, and you are on the 4th floor.
Thank you for advertisement. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you. Coming up now, a research perspective from the BDVA, Big Data Value Association, and we are pleased to welcome on board Milan, Petkovic, and Edward Curry. Both of them are vice president of the association. Please. You have the floor. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, it's going well. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to talk to you, especially at European Data Forum, especially that the Data Forum is here in Eindhoven, at this building, which is a landmark of Eindhoven and landmark of Philips. And I myself live here and also work for Philips, so you can imagine that I cannot resist telling you a few things about this building. And I can give you a lot of data about this building. I can tell you who constructed the building, who were the two architects, whether the idea came from one or the other, many things. But the question is whether that creates any value to you. And that's the main challenge I think we have in this field. How can we create value from data? So I'll try with Evaluon still. So you might have heard that the building was built 50 years ago. Actually, it was built to celebrate the 75th birthday of the company, the Philips company. Philips was, earlier than that, Philips was very much present on the big expos, world expos, having great presentations and buildings, temporary buildings at expos. And then a wise man called Fritz Philips, he decided to make a different decision. He decided actually to spend this money not for temporary buildings anymore, but to spend the money for a permanent building and give this building to people of Eindhoven. So I hope we can all, and that decision actually makes me actually mentioning his name to you. And I hope that in our lives we can also do something so that someone else at some other time mentions our names. That would be great. So was that creating any value to you? Can you raise your hand if that created any value to you? Okay, so not too encouraging for creating the value of the data, but we'll try because we really believe that we can create value. So today, Ed and I will talk about BDVA and big data PPP. So we'll try to bring this a bit closer to you. Marta already gave you a few hints. So it's about contractual public-private partnership between Europe and at the beginning a few companies, now 130 members, which are part of the association called Big Data Value Association. And on this slide you see actually two main focus points. One is on the private side, Big Data Value Association on the left-hand side, so and it's about strategic research agenda that Ed will describe to you. So the main result of this association till now was to create the program, the innovation research program. And on the other hand, we have European Commission that is, as Marta already showed, dealing with evaluation of the project proposals that will be granted in the years to come, starting from this year, of course. So what is important to mention is that BDVA Association is as said, it's very big, 130 members till now, and it comprises from large industry, SMEs, research community, so the research institutes, academia, and end users. And we are very open, so inclusion is something that is driving us, so we are very open to everyone, so please, if you're interested in our goals that I will show in a minute, please join us. The third element of this, so as you understood, it's about the strategic research agenda, about the program that European Commission is driving. The third element is really that with this association, we would like to boost collaboration between the members themselves. So we would like to see also direct collaboration between the members and the impact that this direct collaboration can create. So the leverage, we would like really to leverage the association and the program that European Commission started. So who is behind the BDVA? As I said, 130 members, more than 130 members at this point, still growing. At this slide you see board members. So as said, the organization is big, the board is also big, which comes with certain challenges, but it's all about inclusion, and we would like actually to give a lot of chance to our members to govern the association and the program. So big data, you know all about it, so I don't have to tell you anything about this. So thanks to IBM, we are talking about the V's of big data, and here I will not talk about them. I'll talk about only one, which I started with, which is value. So it's about value. So we really have to create impact with big data, otherwise, I mean, we will not be successful. We have to bring value back to the citizen, the European citizens, because they fund the program, so they pay taxes. And on top of this, we have to enable actually the industry, European industry, to capitalize on big data, because that's the only way that actually we can bring the value to the European citizens. We started looking at KPIs. So the association started 2 years ago, and let me start with the citation of our president, Jürgen Müller from SAP. So the digital revolution is not a dream for the future. It is happening now, transforming economy and society. The key challenge for Europe is to fully capture the opportunity and value of digitization. So it's still about the impact. And as you see, the many companies already identified this opportunity and started investing in this space. So we see SAP investing, Atos, Siemens, Philips. You have the whole report with a number of companies that are investing in this space. And coming from Philips, I would go back to the talk of our CEO from yesterday and spend a few words on giving you an example of a company that is looking in this space, in particular sector of healthcare. As said yesterday, I think you probably got that message. Healthcare is facing a lot of challenges. Tough challenges. We are spending in European healthcare systems, we are spending a lot of money on healthcare, 10% of GDP of a country spent on a healthcare system. And there is a lot of pressure on actually having healthcare providing more quality, so better outcomes for people, and ensuring better patient experience with wider access to everyone. So tough challenges, and given the money that we are spending, the current situation is not sustainable. So we would need meaningful solutions to deliver better healthcare at a manageable cost, and that cannot be achieved by just creating a new incremental innovation in this space. So we have to make disruption in the healthcare system. And big data is an opportunity. It's not something that it's not there, it's actually there. So because we are changing our society, we are changing our lives, we are collecting a lot of data. There is a lot of data collected about ourselves, a lot of data collected from environment, from the devices that we are using. The data is there, and actually the challenge is to unleash the power of data. So to break the silos and then create the value from data. Coming back to Philips' vision, the Philips vision is about continuum of care. So it's about all these phases in continuum of care, starting from healthy living, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, home care. I hope we are all staying in this healthy living stage, but at some point of our lives, some of us, we have to go to all this care cycle. And in each of these states, verticals, we are collecting a lot of data. The proposition I think we are looking for is how can we actually break the silos from between these verticals and put the data together, which can actually give us opportunity to create more impact. And it's not only about breaking these silos in the continuum of care. It's also about breaking the silos between different verticals in sectors. And in healthcare sectors, you have healthcare providers, hospitals, GPs, you have health tech industry, making medical devices, healthcare IT, you have payers, insurance companies, you have pharma sector, you have consumers. And if you are able actually to break these silos and put this data together, we can disrupt the healthcare system. We can come with new business models and create real value from data. And Philips is very much involved and committed to help there. So yesterday our CEO showed that we are creating a Health Suite cloud platform that is open and secure, which enables actually putting the data together from all these different silos and allowing Philips, but also the others, because it's an open platform, to create innovation in this space. So coming back to BDVA, I hope that a few slides that I just showed give you a feeling why we as Philips are very much involved in this and why we believe in big data. Coming back to BDVA, so there are three main goals that as BDVA we would like to achieve. So we want to strengthen competitiveness and ensuring industrial leadership of Europe in this space. And we believe we can do this, but we can only do this together. And there are a couple of things that can help us actually to do this. First of all, promoting the widest adoption and best uptake of big data technologies and services. We would like to show with the existing technology that we already have, that came from industry, from European projects, from research, that we can actually put this technology in a concrete sector and show that this technology can create real impact. And then, of course, establishing the excellence of the science. I think that's very important, because that will actually be a distinguishing feature of all of this. So we have to be excellent in science, and industry has to be adopting these great results. The main goal is impact, so that's what we are after. To achieve this, we actually focusing on four points. First point is work together and organize a very impactful program. So inclusion, that's as said. Second one is efficiency. So we don't want to develop the same things again in many different projects, have 12 projects doing architecture and then not to be used. No, we would like actually to be efficient. We are talking about innovation spaces. And if you come to us, we can give you good examples of good innovation spaces, which are the ecosystems of Europe in this space. Proof points, as already mentioned, so lighthouse projects, and then innovation, which is very important. So in the rest of the talk, so this is our organization, that's the BDVA. So we have task forces, and different task forces. You can look at the website and find most of them. And in the rest of this talk, actually, Ed will talk about strategic research agenda, which is the result of Task Force 1, which is program.
Thanks, Milan. So my name is Ed Curry. I'm a Vice President of BDVA and also from the Insight Centre for Data Analytics. And what I would like to talk to you about today is to give you some insights into the strategic and research and innovation agenda for the BDVA. This is something that we've been working on within the community for the last number of years. And I think it's a very exciting time now at EDF, as we're seeing that the first projects as part of this agenda will be funded in the next couple of weeks. And I think at next year's EDF we'll see a lot of these results coming about. So I suppose to give a high-level overview of what this agenda is all about, it's about data and the data ecosystem. And we've very much taken a holistic approach to our analysis of this. Data is at the core of what we do, and ensuring its availability is paramount. However, data is not the only aspect that we're looking at. We're also looking at things like skills and the availability of highly skilled practitioners that have a good understanding of the technology and have an understanding of the domain know-how necessary to be able to deliver the business value in different sectors. We're also looking at legal issues, things like data privacy, intellectual property rights, etc. We're also looking at the technical challenges that exist, things like real-time analytics, user experience, visualizations, etc. We're also looking at the use of big data solutions within particular domains, understanding how these solutions bring real value, justifying that return on investment. We'll also be looking at the business models that are associated with the new data economy and identifying sustainable business models for this economy. And finally, and maybe most importantly, we're also looking at the societal aspects of this as well. How can these big data value solutions be brought to deliver solutions for some of the major societal challenges that we face, both Europe and globally. To achieve this, we have 4 major elements that we've identified within our agenda. We talk about lighthouse projects, innovation spaces, research and innovation projects, and also ecosystem enablers. And I'll dive into these in a little more detail to show what value they will bring. To give an idea how the agenda is set up, we've identified 3 clear phases over the next 5 years of the PPP. The first phase, which is very much focused on work program 16 and 17, is all about establishing the innovation ecosystem that's needed to be able to deliver on this vision. The second phase is about pioneering new disruptive forms of big data technology innovations. And then the third phase will start looking at the long-term sustainability of the ecosystems. What does it need to have in place to be sustainable into the future? So today, rather than diving in each of these implements in detail, what I'd like to do is to talk about some of the key impacts, some of the key benefits that will be delivered by the PPP. And in particular, we'll be talking about some of the challenges that have been referenced by a number of speakers at EDF over the last day in a bit. The first impact I'd like to talk about is the need to improve adoption of big data. And a key barrier that we're seeing is that Europe is lagging behind other regions of the world in adopting big data. The Commissioner yesterday mentioned this when he talked about certain sectors have small pockets of innovators that are adopting big data, but some sectors as a whole are not doing that. We need to have sector-wide adoption of big data technologies to ensure that Europe remains competitive. The PPP will deliver, will target this by trying to drive the adoption of big data technologies to transform industrial sectors. And to understand how we need to do this, it becomes important to look at technology adoption and how innovation is diffused and adopted by organizations. This is a very famous curve from Rogers that was identified in a study in 1960 that was looking at how farmers adopt new innovations in the United States. And what Rogers did here is to identify different categories of individuals and where they fit on the curve, from early innovators and early adopters to the early majority and the late majority. And this is important to understand how innovation as a whole is adopted in order for us to understand how big data technologies can be adopted. Further work by Geoffrey Moore looked at this chasm that exists in his work on crossing the chasm. And what Moore identified is that new technologies are easily adopted by these innovators and early adopters. But it's very difficult then to make this jump to get the majority of users on board. And this is very much, I think, what the Commissioner was pointing at yesterday, the need to get the majority of sectors using big data technologies. I think when we look at these early adopters, it's very easy to understand why they do this. They're primarily technology focused. They're interested in using technologies, inventing technologies, and exploring the possibilities of technologies. So it's easy to motivate these individuals. But the challenge for the PPP and the challenge for Europe is not to motivate these, but to motivate the early majority and the late majority. And these adopters are very, very practical. They've strong pragmatics. They need to see answers to problems that they have. They need to see evidence that your technologies work, evidence that your solutions are viable. And this is the key to engaging this early majority and late majority. So in order to do this, what the PPP proposes is to deliver lighthouse projects, which will demonstrate the value of big data technologies in large-scale, data-driven deployments. The idea here is to have repeatable solutions that are very near to market, that have the potential to transform sectors, and to show the way, to show how a sector can be transformed with high-level impact and visibility. When we look at what the lighthouses will do, they will demonstrate the relative advantages of big data technologies by increasing the productiveness or the competitiveness of a target sector. They will provide proof points, evidence of practice efficiencies, of benefits to the target sector. So they will de-risk the investment requirement that is needed by the sectors. And this is critical to getting the majority of people on board. They're also responsible for developing the ecosystem, identifying the key stakeholders that need to be connected together along the data value chain, and they have to bring those stakeholders together and show that the start of that ecosystem. And also in terms of sustainability, they need to show how their technology can be repeatable and can be replicated to transform the industrial sector. And I think these are the key benefits that we'll see from Lighthouse projects. The second area of impact for the PPP that I'd like to focus on is this challenge of data sharing. And the Philips CEO yesterday talked about how availability of data is critical. The benefit of connecting data across sectors it has high potential. But to quote him, he said, data sharing is uncommon. This is not a common practice for businesses to do. So what the PPP wants to do is to try to facilitate and to support cross-domain data sharing and to foster data experimentation. How will we do this? These will be achieved through our innovation spaces, our European innovation spaces. And this is a very, very simple concept. What we want to do is to create hubs that bring together data owners and data innovators. And we provide them with a secure, trusted, controlled environment for them to share their data and for the data innovators to be able to work and perform experiments on what they're doing. This is a very simple concept. You'll see an example of an open data hub at the Goddijn project here today. And what the PPP will do is to focus on creating more of these hubs to spur innovation across Europe and to federate them. The benefits that iSpaces will bring is to support this cross-domain data integration. The idea is to be able to simplify the creation of data analytics that will be created across data sets created by different organizations, so to support the integration and analysis of cross-domain data, ultimately to shorten the time to market for new data products and data services. So we'll also support data experimentation. So we'll give the iSpaces will give financial support to SMEs, entrepreneurs, data innovators to come and experiment on these data sets that have been deposited within them. They'll also support the testing and benchmarking of new technologies, new applications, and new business models. So these are really the innovation spaces that will drive the data economy. And finally, I'd like to talk about the challenges that we have in the area of technical innovation. And what we do know is that new techniques and new technologies are needed to be able to create new business opportunities and new value opportunities to be able to develop and to sustain competitive advantage. And we'll do this by overcoming the technical barriers that exist all along the data value chain to delivering big data value solutions. To give an example of this, again from Philips, since we're at the home of Philips, Philips have a vision for healthcare and they have a vision for their company where they have this connected continuum. And all along this continuum, I can see different types of technical challenges that exist. From working with the sensors that exist in the home and life environment to analyze data in motion, to connect these sensors, this sensor data to other types of data sources will arise technical interoperability issues around the data. Once the data is connected, the next challenge is to analyze that data in real time to provide insights and analysis, but also to connect that real-time data to data at rest, so things like medical records, etc. And that requires us working with both data at rest and data at motion together. Once the analysis has been performed, the next thing we have to do is to provide decision support to both patients, but also to healthcare professionals as well. And once we start making a decision, we need to have trust in that decision, but we also need to have trust in the privacy that's provided by the technology solution as well. And then finally, we need to be able to provide an intuitive and optimized user experience for both the healthcare professional and the patient as well. All of these are challenges that exist when we try to transform an industrial sector. And I could easily be talking about a connected car, I could be talking about a smart city, I could be talking about smart grids. These challenges are pervasive. And we capture these challenges within our technical priorities within our strategic and research innovation agenda. The idea of these priorities are to be sector agnostic and have the potential to empower all sectors for transformation. Our goal is to create big data technologies that allow deep analytical capabilities of both data at rest and data in motion, providing sufficient privacy guarantees, an optimized user experience, and also ensuring that we have a sound data engineering framework behind that. And the key high-level challenges that we've identified are things like data management, data processing architectures, data analytics, data protection, data visualization, and experience. Also, I'd just like to briefly touch on some of the other areas that the PPP are focusing on as well. So in addition to these challenges, we'll be looking at things like business models to identify sustainable business models for the data economy. We'll be looking at things like skills to ensure that we have industrial-focused training programs from both professional organizations but also academic institutes that are serving data engineers, data scientists, and data business experts. And we'll also be looking at standardization, trying to leverage existing standards that exist, and also looking at integrating national and European efforts together. Finally, what I would say is that the overall strategic research and innovation agenda is available on our website, and this is a consensus-reflecting document that has been created by the community in an open manner. And as part of that, we perform an annual update to this agenda, and currently we have an open community survey. So if anyone has any inputs that they would like to give to us for our next version of this agenda, please go to our website, and this survey will be open until the end of September. Finally, I'd just like to take the opportunity to let you know that our Big Data Value Summit will take place in Valencia on the 29th and the 2nd of December. And with that, I think that's my last slide. And I'd just like to really highlight that this agenda has been something that's been developed over the last 3 to 4 years, and there's been a lot of effort by many, many people in this room to achieve this. I'm very, very excited by the fact now that these projects are coming on stream to actually deliver on the promise of our agenda. And I'll be very excited next year to come to EDF to actually see these projects here, attending and talking about the value and the benefits that they're going to deliver for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward and Milan. Maybe there are some questions in the audience. On the lower floor, in the back, please. Yes, got it.
Thank you. I'm Kaito Yang from Center Data.
Closer, please.
Okay.
Closer to the mic.
Okay.
Please.
I have a question for the president. You mentioned that we should capitalize the data. What do you mean by capitalize the data?
To capitalize on data. So the president is not here. We are very sorry for that. But as vice president, I can take that question. Maybe please feel free to add. Capitalizing on what I said is capitalizing on big data. I mean actually really capitalizing on data technologies, data and data technologies. So having the industry being able to extract the value from this, bring this to the market and capitalize on that. That's what I meant.
Okay, then I would like to come back to your the question you proposed at the very beginning. You said it's very important to bring value to data. What's the connection between bring value to data and capitalize the data?
Synonyms.
Maybe in more scientific terms, I would say that you've got a potential energy and kinetic energy. So data has potential value. What we need to do is to turn that into kinetic value for data. We need to actually get it working and doing stuff to actually deliver for society, for businesses, and for citizens. But that comes down to us as a community to do that together. It's not something that anyone can achieve by themselves, and that's why we have this vision of a data ecosystem and a data economy where we do this in a collective manner.
Maybe you can give an example for the sake of the clarity.
Maybe the healthcare example?
Yeah, so healthcare example, so how you capitalize on data and data technologies is, for example, any clinical decision support system. So you're getting data from your patients, you're able to predict whether a patient will develop thrombosis, for example, in the ICU units. You actually, you treat that, you predict that, you treat that, and you save a life. So that's capitalizing on data.
Very good example, thank you very much.
Thank you. May I ask you the third question?
Maybe, sorry to interrupt, but maybe there are other questions.
Okay.
Here on the left side, thank you. Sorry to be a little rude, but...
It's not a question. Lalabas, SAP, so presidency. I just have 2 pages explaining this community survey for the update of SRA. So if anyone is interested, you can grab this.
So another question now, please. On the back, upper floor.
Wow, that was a great shot. I'm impressed. Well,
sorry, there is another one. Just one second.
Yes,
Yes,
no,
please
no.
go on. Go on.
Yes, okay. The second slide, Mr. Milan Petkovic had showed the industry and the European Commission as being part of this organization called BDVA. So I was wondering, where is the public administration? Where is the link to the public administration, in your view, to your organization? Because I think public administration potentially could be very interested in big data, because it runs a lot of infrastructure that could profit tremendously from big data. So where is the link from you to the public administration?
This is a very good question. I think what I show there is contractual public-private partnerships. On one side you have the private association, which is Big Data Value Association, which consists of large industries, SMEs, end users. And then I think you're totally right that public administration should be part of this. So we should be more open to public administration and try to get them in, because then you have the complete picture. I mean, nowadays we have, of course, the partnership with the European Commission, which is a sort of public administration, but is on a very general level. But on the national level, I think we are very open to get members from public administration. Ed, you want to add something?
No, I just add the fact that as we're seeing more and more cities become data-driven cities, the role of data in the operation of those cities is critical. So it makes absolute sense to have cities and national governments on board, because data will transform their sectors as well.
Yeah. So many members of BDVA are here today. So Laura is here, we are here, and a lot of directors of BDVA are here. So if you're interested, if you want to join, please approach us and ask questions.
Thank you. Last question. The last one on the upper floor, please.
Okay. Thank you. Andrea Cavallaro, Curriculum Minolta. Just a question. What kind of tool or instrument or platform are you foreseeing to provide to non-technical people that are daily managing with big data, but they didn't know the value? So how you intend to support such kind of stakeholder in order to provide value and to publish reliable big data? Do you already have something in your strategic roadmap? Actually, I had the time and didn't read it so far, and I just add that Konica Minolta just entered as an interested stakeholder in the BDVA. Thank you.
Okay, so as association, actually, we are very much about organization, how to create a strategic research agenda, to identify the right needs and technologies also that are needed for European society. And indeed, I mean, there should be something for people that are not tech savvy. However, we as an organization, we are not providing technology solutions. We have technical working groups that are discussing those solutions and can provide actually the recommendations in the strategic research agenda to focus on those things. But as an association, we don't have the platform ready.
Just maybe
we have to run now. I'm sorry. Sure. I'm sorry for that. Thank you very much, guys.
My name is John Demang. I'm from the Knowledge Media Institute at the Open University, and also associated with SDI International. So in this session, it's not just about we need to teach people about data and big data. It's more about the relationship between education and big data, because one has an influence on the other. Without the human capital, the big data economy just won't work. And data technologies are influencing education from a pedagogical point of view and from the methods used. So we have 4 speakers that will look into this in different ways. So let me introduce the first speaker. We've agreed that I will attempt to pronounce his name, and then once he's stopped laughing, he will later pronounce it correctly. So Arie van Duijn, who's a program manager at Benelux CSR, at CISCO is going to talk about some of their work they're doing related to the CISCO Net Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, there was not too much to laugh about because the pronunciation was almost correct. It's Van Duijn, but that's, well, that's nothing to talk about. Okay, well, in your program book, the speaker was announced as Carsten Simons. Well, I'm definitely not Carsten Simons because I didn't want to shave my head this morning. So, what I'm here is to talk about how we look at education and how we look at the change in education we need to get access to the right people with the right skills to function in the new economy. Well, one of the first things you might ask, what's doing something like corporate social responsibility in big data? Well, that's actually based on the way CISCO is looking at education and looking at the world. Normally, you should say, when you're talking about education, as a company, you're looking at your potential hires, your potential people you want to hire and need to train. Well, that's done in our HR department, and that had nothing to do with CSR. What we're trying to do is to actually prepare the youth in the world how to cope with the Internet of Everything, the challenges they have to deal with in the near future. And to give you an idea, I'll come back to that a little bit later, we are doing that on an annual basis worldwide in approximately 170 countries with over 1 million active students on a yearly basis. So when you try to put that in HR, then you would expect that a company like CISCO would hire those 1 million people. We don't. We just try to prepare students for the future. Okay, and another thing, well, as Carsten Simons was in the program, he couldn't make it. I have to give him apologies for that. But according to that, I had to prepare my stuff yesterday. So I'll improvise a little bit. I hope you don't mind. So what we are looking at, and I'm trying to look at a number of angles, is that we see a huge skills gap between people that are working in this industry, and I'm actually putting together data, IT, and the security and all that kind of stuff that's connected to that, and the people we need in industry by 2020. And as you can see, there's a huge gap between the availability of people, that's the green line on top, and the need of people, and that's the red line. And you can't read it, but I can also can't read it, so I'll check. So when you look at it, there's a difference between about 8 million jobs and 9.4 million people that are needed. And that was a study done by Empirica in 2013. And since then, the world has changed dramatically. So the gap will only expand and be bigger. So how do we cope with that to get enough youngsters educated in IT, in big data, in working with the Internet of Everything? And I think that's the main challenge we have, not only here in the Netherlands, not only in Europe, but I think worldwide, is how do we prepare those people? How do we give them the right knowledge? How do we give them the right skills? And how do we give them the right competences to work in the actually disrupted economy from this era? So, well, when you look at that same study, there was a scenario about the number of vacancies in the European Union from 2012 to 2020. And I must say, again, the study was done in 2013. So there will be about 1,346,000 vacancies in 2020, based on the scenario of 2013. So it will only grow. And why will it grow? Because there have been a lot of disruptions in the business since 2013. And one of them is change in business development. When we look back at the earlier years, so before 2015, before 2010, when you wanted to start a business, you took a year to create a business plan, to think about your idea, go to the financial departments, try to get money, and then with 1 or 2 years, you started your company. That's changed, especially in IT. One of the speakers I actually listened to during CISCO Live in Berlin in February, it's the president of Relayer. I'm not sure you know him, but it's a very interesting guy. He said, well, we're now looking at creating business in a 5-4-3 manner. You have 5 days to think about your idea. You have 4 weeks to create your prototype, and then you have 3 months to go to the market. And if you're not successful in that period of time, stop and start again. Because business is moving that fast now, especially in IT. Another aspect that changed rapidly, or the need of people, is the digitization. Not only by CISCO, but by countries. CISCO started digitization processes in a number of European countries the last 2 years. France, Italy, UK, Germany, and now we're working on the Netherlands. And we're investing approximately, and I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that, but we're, as a company, invest about 800 million euro in that for the coming 3 years, working together with governments. And that has a huge effect on the need of people and also the skills of people. Because if you want to digitize, for instance, agriculture, you have to change the way people think in agriculture. You have to actually make them aware that there is data, that there is internet, that there is the Internet of Everything. So you have to connect people, data, processes and things to make an overall solution. The digital single market, that's also something that's disrupted our economy since 2013, 2014. Highly potential incubators and startups, they also need IT skills and they also need people. And of course the Internet of Everything opportunities, big data and cloud solutions. That are all things that influence the skills gap that there is predicted in 2013. So it will grow, and that will definitely affect the opportunities we have in IT, in big data, because if we don't have the people, we can forget it, that we can improve our business. So let me give some examples. Internet of Everything is expected to have an opportunity of 19 trillion euro from now till 2020. Well, I don't have to tell you, you can read it. And that's not very well, it's a pessimistic approach, because it will probably be more. And you can think about lots of solutions. I will give you one example. For instance, I was talking to an organization of real estate in the Netherlands last week. And they were actually working with universities in providing buildings and spaces for their students and for their companies. And one of the most interesting things is that when you look, for instance, at the University of Wageningen, where they did a study, and they found out that the planned classes that they had over the year, more than 40% was empty over the year. So there were classes and seminars planned, and that occupied building room, and 40% of the rooms were not occupied. There was nobody there. So that has a big influence in the rooms you need. So what are they doing? They are checking, for instance, the information about the mobiles to see how the distribution of students over the rooms is. And when you analyze that using big data, you can come to solutions to make it more effective. So one of the things we were talking about, okay, when we put a sensor in every chair, you don't only know what rooms are occupied, but even which chairs are occupied. And that generates data again. And from that data, you can analyze solutions. Another example is the city of Hamburg. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Hamburg, but the Hamburg harbor is inside the city. It's inside the city borders. It's actually in the center of the city. And they want to expand with a factor 2 between 2025. But how do you do that? If it's in the center of the city and all the area, the space, is already occupied. So the only thing you can do is make it more efficient. So you have to look at your traffic streams. You have to look at your transport. You have to look at your logistics. And put all sensors that measure how your city is organized. So if you see transport coming into the city, you can influence your traffic lights to actually make it more fluent. So what the University of Hamburg did a study about what is the influence of that on the education of the people that are working now in the city of Hamburg. And guess what? All occupations, all crafts that are in the harbor, in Hamburg, connected to the harbor, need knowledge about IoE, need knowledge about data, need knowledge about sensors, and need knowledge about analyzing. So it has a big change in how you educate people, non-IT people, in working with IT related to big data. And to be honest, the traditional way of teaching won't work anymore. I have to look at my time. Okay, I talked about that. This is not important. So what we think is that we need to change the way we teach the future generation about technology and about IoE. And we need future workers to collaborate with each other over the pillars, not only IT with IT, but also IT with logistics, with healthcare, with whatever. But how do we manage that? How do we create that? That's something we have to talk about. So then I come back to my actual work in CSR. And with CSR, I'm actually CSR CISCO. The biggest pillar is Networking Academy. And Networking Academy is like I said, global initiative of CISCO CSR to train youngsters in IT-related skills. Not important, you can look at the presentation later. What we see is that also Networking Academy has organized its courses, its training materials in pillars, where students go through from beginning till the end. And we have to change that, because it's not working anymore. So when we are looking at IoE, and you see that in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pillar, IoE, we have created a number of courses, an introduction course, how to connect data, how to connect people and processes, and how to connect things. And thinking about things, you're thinking about sensors, about stuff like Arduinos, Raspberry Pis, and other kind of stuff, where you can actually create solutions based on data. So, what we were talking about is building the Internet of Everything workforce, let's call it that way. So, we want to train people to work together and to come to solution in short, intensive sessions called hackathons. I'll come back to hackathons later. So we want to personalize learning. Not everybody needs the same skills. So we need to provide them with an opportunity, let's say a catalog of courses where they can choose from based on their interest and based on the stuff they're working on. And we have 3 days of 8 hours, but it can also be 3 days, 24 hours. And I've seen it happen. Students in University of Applied Science, they dedicated a total weekend, 3 times 24 hours, to work on a solution for a problem that was not directly related with their education, but was related with a social problem and Internet of Everything. And it works. And I think that's kind of people we need. So, what's the concept about it? We look at a disruptive business approach. I've talked about it earlier. There it is. Change in education. Combine knowledge of the several pillars. Because when you look only from, for instance, IT in solutions, you get solutions, well, you can predict. If you combine people from different angles, you get totally different solutions. Interesting solutions. And it's integration of IOE, data, people, processes, and things. And things we can talk about Arduinos, Raspberry Pis, Wunderbars, if you know what it is, and that kind of stuff. What's the goal? Fast prototyping, integration of concepts, and innovative solutions. I have 2 minutes, so I have to hurry. What's the structure? We have a preparation phase where the students go to the introduction courses. Then you have the grouping process, and you try to put students in groups that are as different as possible to get nice solutions. An essential thing is, during the process, you have expert checkpoints where people from industry reflect on the ideas of the students and say, okay, this is a good idea, but maybe you should look at another angle, that kind of stuff. Phasing is not that important. And criteria where we're looking at during the hackathons we organize is, are they original? Because if they're not original, probably somebody else had already invented it. Is it innovative? What's the economic potential? And I'm not sure if you know IT education, but if you're talking about economic potentials in IT-focused people, oh, that's a little bit of a problem. Can you implement it? And how is the integration of IOE concept? How can you combine data with processes and solutions? And the last one, what are the participants? Of course, the students, multidisciplinary in groups, facilitator to steer the process. You need coaches, but the most important thing, you need experts from industry. And I think that's the key part to get students interested. You need experts. And you need the jury to decide who's the winning. And I think that gives me 54 seconds to conclude my presentation. So I would thank you for your attention and hope you got a little bit of inspiration out of it. Thank you.
So I can see a clock ticking down, but I can see a hand up for a question. So let's have a question.
Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Faride. I'm assistant professor in Eindhoven University, and I'm the European chair of EIT Digital Master Program in Data Science. So I see a lot of commonalities in the goal, because we also want to have entrepreneurial data science of the futures as our graduates of the program. What I'm interested to know, you mentioned that you put multidisciplinary students, and also you mentioned that you want people who have, who are creative and can bring the ideas to the market. Is there any selection process for your students in your program? And if any, what is the criteria? Thank you very much.
Yes, well, for now we are in the experimental phase, because we started the process approximately 1.5 years ago, and now we are working with University of Applied Science to see how it lands in those organizations. So for now we are working with volunteering students. But I think it must be possible to integrate it in an educational process so that are not volunteers anymore, but just regular students.
Perhaps we can talk. I can give you some tips on that.
Can you repeat that?
Perhaps we can talk. I can give you some tips on that.
Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
Because I wanted to compare our approach and your approach, and yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
We are over time, but are there any other questions? Otherwise, yes, okay.
Please keep it close.
Yes. Could you put up on the last slide?
Back. If that, I'm not sure if I can go
Is
back.
it possible to show the last slide? The presentation?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's possible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
I'll put in.
Thank
the,
you.
Yes. Well, the slides are available. The presentations are available after the conference. So there's no need to make pictures.
Unless it's taking pictures of us. That's allowed, yeah. Any more questions? Okay, so we are actually, so we'll make this the last question, okay?
Could you stand up, please?
Otherwise we'll be just 2 over time.
So we're talking a lot about human capital and how we can invest in people and young people to be ready for the new generation of big data scientists and specialists. What is your view on a strategy to not only manage those people, but also manage like big public sector organizations in doing this transformation to the new era? Because that's, I work in the public sector and I see there's a big gap in what's possible these days and what we are doing in these organizations.
Yeah, well, I think we have to go back to youngsters in the age of 12 till 16, because one of the biggest problems is that we don't have enough youngsters that are willing to study in these fields. So we have to actually change their attitude, change their idea about technology. So we have to start at the age of 12, 16 to prepare students in what's the effect on their daily life of these transitions in business. So the same structure is also useful in secondary education to prepare youngsters to choose for IT-related or STEM-related studies instead of going to economics and other stuff. I think we have to start there. And if we have built the bottom, then we can go up and transforming the rest of the business. But you can, well, actually, what I do this as CSR in CISCO, and one of the things that happened in our organization after we organized the hackathon at the office is that our HR manager said, okay, we have to do this for our own people, because they also have to change their behavior. So you can do the same thing with businesses, with public sector. Organize these kind of creative sessions to let people think otherwise about what's at stake.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the second speaker in this session is Dr. René Jäkel, who's going to talk about methods for transferring big data knowledge to domain scientists. So René is the management director of the German Big Data Competence Center, ScaDS, based in Dresden and Leipzig, which focuses on development of services for big data analysis.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. So, yes, I first of all want to give you a little information where I'm coming from. So I'm coming from the Technical University of Dresden. So although it's named a technical university, it's a full university giving all the spectrum of teaching for students. And myself, I'm coming from the Center of Information Services and High Performance Computing. So we are providing not just IT-based services for the university, like email, wiki, and so on. We are also running the HPC infrastructure for sciences and also for education needs. So that means that people can come to our infrastructure, do their research, and get a lot of computing power there for doing their computing-based research. So we are providing access to this HPC infrastructure, but also tools in order to access data, to organize data down to the level of workflow management. And we are also in that direction active in a lot of research projects, also together with domain scientists, not just IT-based research in parallel and performance optimization direction, but also in distributed computing and data-intensive computing, what people nowadays call big data. So that's our background. And just to give you an impression of what we can provide for our scientific community, our main working horse, our HPC system, has a capability of in the order of 44,000 computing cores, just to give you an impression. And we are running in the order of more than 200 research projects on our system. So they are coming from engineering, material science, but also from chemistry, physics, bioinformatics is a strong group using this infrastructure. Just to give you an impression what my background is, what our background is, and what we see in general, that the scientific community is suffering not just in data or in the needs to practically process large data sets, but another aspect is also that we see that the actually domain scientists have to fight against the fragmentation of systems. That means the data is usually produced in the lab, but you need larger IT infrastructures in order to make this processing happening. And often people lack the technical skills and also the method skills in order to make this happen. And that, to give you an impression what people can actually do, I picked out an example here from bioinformatics. So that means there are new technologies available which are sitting in the lab, which are producing a lot of data. Here in this example, you can see a novel microscope in the upper right corner there, and actually the use case is down there, where people want to understand how model organisms are developed over time. And this you can do. This is an example here in the reconstruction of the Drosophila wing. And this is basically working, and you can see this, hopefully you can see this video over there, that you can really observe this organism over time, okay? And you can study what's going on and the sub-process in this organism down there. But there are a lot of manual interaction involved in this data analysis chain. So unfortunately, the tools are not ready in order to make this more automatic, more content-driven. And that is our point where we come in, where we started. We thought about how can we ease this process in order to analyze large data sets. So what we have in the federal state of Saxony already, we have quite a bunch of research institutions, not just the big universities in Dresden and Leipzig. And we combined a lot of expertise within our competence center. And this competence center is one of two national competence centers in Germany, which started 1.5 years ago. And our competence center is called Scalable Data Services and Solutions, and is shared between Dresden, or partners from Dresden and Leipzig, basically. So the basic idea is not just obviously the graphic is somehow broken here, but anyway, the basic idea is to bring together domain scientists and method expert and link both parts with a service center. And the service center is actually doing some research and also giving back information to both directions. So I will talk about that in a minute. So within the project, we have a couple of domains included here. So from the life sciences, material and engineering sciences, also from environmental sciences, also digital humanities and applications with business connection. On the other hand, we include also methods from the computer science domain, which means not just the architectures we provide, like HPC systems, but also means and methods to visualize large data set, to do knowledge extraction, which means data mining, but also methods from computer vision in order to give meaning to content, to give meaning to actual raw data, and also methods to provide tools to organize complex workflows. So actually that's a bad thing. So somehow the presentation is not really good given on this presentation computer. But anyway, the workflows is as follows. So the scientists or the research group can come to the competence center, to the service center, and then the actually demand is analysis, or there's an analysis of the requirements which are needed in order to make this big data analysis happen. Then there's a feedback from the methods part, from the actually experts or data scientists, and then the actual proposed solution is re-examined by the domain scientists, and often this is an iterative loop. Of course, from the beginning to the end, there is not just one interaction required, but several interactions between the domain scientist and the methods experts in support with the service center. Since this is a bit too abstract, I picked out two examples in order to show you what's really happening. And one of the examples is actually based on the student works within this multidisciplinary working group. The first example is or aimed on allowing really large computing on an actual workflow. So the idea is to process large and complex and data-driven workflows on an HPC system, but in a way that the user of the workflow environment is not forced to formulate all these HPC-relevant scripts and jobs. So this is done in the background. How this looks like, you can get from the next slide. So actually the workflow can be quite complex, as you can see here. So these are individual steps in the workflow, doing pre-processing of data, doing actually some, in this case, some machine learning and different tasks, and then finally you get your result. And our idea was to connect directly this workflow system to the HPC system, so the user can export the workflow, and then in the background, the middleware, which is used here, the Unicore middleware, is directly producing a lot of computing jobs, which are distributed over the system, and after a while, the user gets the results back. So, and to give you a feeling what's happening in the background here, this image-based analysis from cell tracking is producing a couple of terabytes within an hour, basically. So you can literally go take a coffee or go and attend the next seminar, come back, and you get your results back. And this is a method now where iteratively you can work on your data sets. So the second example I picked out is coming from, and as I said here, combined. Before I come to the next example, combined here, we have a working group from bioinformatics, partners from the workflow modeling tool KNIME, which is a competitor to RapidMiner, and also from our HPC side, and people from the service center in order to make this happen. And we are going now within some student works where we really teach this method to other domains, to the medical domain, also to environmental scientists, and even to digital humanities to use this method and evaluate this method in student works. So the second example is from the environmental sciences, and this is actually based on a student work, also working in a working group with domain experts from environmental sciences and experts from computer vision. So actually, this student work was a diploma thesis in this multidisciplinary working group. And the idea is, as you can see in the upper part of the picture, to reconstruct settlement areas in these historic maps here. And to do so, methods from computer vision can be applied. So as you can see down there or in the middle, you can train on known data sets. You can train your machine learning to give classes or even attributes to parts of the picture. So this is the basic idea. So this is more or less a standard method in computer vision. And this can be applied on different data sets, which you can see here, where you have on the left-hand side some input data, and on the right-hand side you result what you would like to have, not just the basic raw data, the maps, but also information about the buildings, about the surroundings of building from a micro level up to a macro level. And this can be combined and applied on the big picture. So in this example on the city of Freiburg, which is a medium-sized city in Saxony. So this is the information you can get from Google Maps, but this is the information you can get now from this method, where different parts of the area got secondary information, so some meaning, some semantic information about their historical structure. For instance, you can see in blue what's more the historical part, and in red what's more the modern part. And now the researcher can actually work on this and also on the historic development of these different parts. So what we are also aiming in the direction of education, that to bring not just within the project experts from different parts together and also feeding back teaching, but also bring experts from different other projects and initiatives together. So we have a good collaboration with the second big data center, or national big data center, the BBDC, the Berlin Big Data Center. And we are doing regular workshops, and also in connection of teaching students, teaching PhD students. We have the second big data summer school now in a couple of weeks. So actually in 2 weeks, mid of July, a second summer school where we can really reach out and bring those methods we developed to people, to actually students working in that area. But we are also connecting to teaching activities, which means we are updating existing courses within the 2 universities with big data topics, and we have also established a combined course program between Technical University of Dresden and University of Freiburg, which is called a Master of Computational Science. So the people can choose after the base study either to remain in the engineering direction or go in the IT direction. So the basics are taught the same. So this is an interdisciplinary study program which should not just give the students the domain knowledge, in that case engineering, but also the technical needs nowadays, or the technical knowledge nowadays required in order to make the actually science going on. So that means that they are learning a lot of computing skills there, a lot of parallel programming, but also analytics knowledge. So basically this is what I wanted to say today. So I hope that I could give you a little bit other perspective from more the scientific domain, not just from the education part. So what we think what is important, that we really bring people together from the actually domains, together with IT, professionals from sciences, from different computer science departments, and also to support this by more general resources in order to make really things happening. We are often starting small, which means also within student works, master thesis, and so on, and doing basic work there, trying things out, also in hackathons. So actually this workflow scheme was originally developed in a hackathon. So, and later on we tried to go larger within the community to establish the methods which we selected in the trial runs. Yeah, that's from my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
So we have time for maybe just one question. We are a bit behind. Is there any? I'm slightly blinded by the light. No questions here? No. As you're starting to move to other domains, do you see any domain differences in how it's accepted? Or are the other non-computer scientists the same?
Well, actually, for instance, bioinformatics or in the bio domain, people are more used to use, for instance, data mining techniques. So this is established for 10 years, not so in the mechanical area. So there's a lot of groundwork needed in order to make this happening. We are doing this, but the hard thing is that there is not such a good established domain knowledge in order to make this really accessible by machines. So this needs to be developed in the bioinformatics domain. This has grown for 10 years or so, where you can have a background ontology in order to make the data mining then working. So different domains are at different levels, and that's exactly our point, where we want to bring these methods to other areas, and this is working, but this takes time, and you need really these working groups in order to make this happen.
Okay, thank you. So now we have our third speaker, Elena Simperl, who's a full professor at the University of Southampton in the Web and Internet Science group. Elena's a co-editor-in-chief of a new journal on human computation, and she is what I would describe as a big hitter in the European project scale. So she's involved in and led many projects. So I'll just mention two for now. She's going to talk about the European Data Science Academy, where she's the scientific director, and she talked yesterday about Goddijn, the Open Data Incubator project, where she's the project coordinator. So Elena.
Oh, right, I do. Hello everyone. I'm here to tell you about the European Data Science Academy. So I guess I would like to start by saying that I agree to pretty much everything the previous speakers have said. And this talk, if nothing else, would provide you with some data that backs up some of the experiences that my previous speakers have been sharing with you. So among the things that we're doing in the European Data Science Academy is this landscaping the data science demand all over Europe. So we've been running surveys, we've been running interviews, we built a dashboard based on information that we have collected about job postings all over Europe, about existing courses in the area of data science, and we are trying to get an understanding of what is the current status and the evolution of data science skills, of data science expectations from different industries in different countries across Europe. Why are we doing this? Well, mainly for two particular audiences. First, for educators and policymakers who need to take decisions about data science training. So if you're an educator at the university, at the professional training company, especially if you're operating in a global market, you would want to understand how you would tailor your offerings to particular areas. And we have seen in the dashboard that we have built that the types of skills and the level of development of data science in different European countries varies a lot. So that's one thing. People who are educators, people who take decisions, policy decisions in the area of educations, e-skills, types of development projects that need to be set up, resources from the government, from national, regional, European government that need to be provided to make sure that we meet those serious skill gaps that Europe is going to have in the future in order to be able to keep up with the growth of the data economy. So this is one of the areas we're involved in, and this is going to be also the focus of this talk. In EDSA, we're doing much more. We are a team of different higher education professional training companies all over Europe. Besides the University of Southampton, which I represent, there is the Open University, the largest distance learning organization in the world. There is the Josef Stefan Institute, an artificial intelligence institute in Slovenia, and the provider of videolectures.net, which is one of the richest collection of video tutorials in computer science and in other areas available online. They have received the prize from the UN for their services in education. We have our hosts here in Eindhoven, the Technical University, with their expertise in process mining and analytics, in applications in healthcare. We have Percentile. Ali, one of my colleagues, is sitting here in the audience. Hi, Ali. They are one of the most agile and inspiring professional training companies that I have seen in the area of data science, predictive analytics, based in London. There is the Open Data Institute, who are delivering a program, a training program around open data and open innovation. KTH in Sweden, particularly working on cloud distributed systems. And finally, I hope I haven't forgotten anyone, the Fraunhofer Institute in Bonn, who are experts in pretty much any area you could relate to data science. So in this setting, we have brought together, we believe, some of the brightest minds and expertise in delivering courses. So we have put together a curriculum which consists of 15 different areas, and we are developing courses, both face-to-face offerings as well as online and blended learning opportunities in all these areas. In addition to that, we are delivering some of the courses online and face-to-face in various settings, and we have several partners working on a portfolio of learning analytics, so that in an online setting we are able to use the same type of methods we teach about to learn about the quality of the learner's experience we are offering. So this is EDSA, and now I'm going to tell you something about the first area, like I said earlier, which is about data science demand. So we've been using a variety of quantitative and qualitative methods to do the research, to find out what is the current demand for data skills in Europe, and to inform our decision with respect to the topics to be covered by the curriculum, but also to the types of training delivery methods that we should use, that data science educators should use. And we have heard in the previous talks, there are various options. You could use hackathons, you could use online training, you have to offer access to different types of architectures and technologies. So this data science demand analysis is informing these decisions we are making. Let me tell you a little bit about the surveys and interviews we've been conducting. In the last 6 months or so, we have launched an online survey, and we have run telephone interviews, asking people, managers as well as data practitioners and potential students in the area of data science, how they felt their levels of skills and expertise meet the current landscape of data science training courses available. So we have received 580 or so survey responses, interviewed more than 100 people. We were very keen to make sure that our analysis covers the whole of Europe and not just some of the countries which are perhaps typically associated with data science and innovation. We felt it was very important to make sure we cover a variety of domains. Like we have heard in the previous talks, there is a high degree of variability in terms of the understanding of what data science is or should be, the methods they are using. So among these responses and interviews, we are covering 19 different industry sectors and a variety of organizations. So from large companies to SMEs to micro companies to self-employed practitioners. And this table here broadly categorizes them in Eastern, Northern, Southern, Western Europe. So you see there is a slight bias towards large organizations in the analysis, but the interviews and the surveys are going to continue in order to have a more balanced view of the landscape. Nevertheless, 241 of the total data points are SMEs. So I think this is a significant share. It was important for us to make sure that we have a representative sample in this regard, but we also have 50 micron self-employed practitioners, which I believe bring in new and important views regarding what data science training in Europe should do or shouldn't. Some of the results. So one of the questions we have asked, we wanted to find out which type of data science skills are considered more important than others. This is the general overview. So the dark blue on the left means essential. Moving to the right, we go to desirable and not required. So we see a clear. Oh, I wasn't supposed to do this. So the gadget I was given yesterday had a slightly different design. Right. So I'm not going to point at the slides, but basically what we see here is not particularly unexpected. So if you'd look at all these areas, data collection, analysis, visualization, maths, big data, and so on and so forth, you would expect to see them there, right? What surprised us a little bit was the focus of the sample on data collection particularly. So in a world in which we keep hearing about how much data is around and how much open data is around and data is accessible, the fact that this collection and preparation activities are considered so important for a data scientist was somewhat surprising. We went into this analysis exercise with an idea that, well, it's about analysis, about statistics, about machine learning. It's about those very specific skills that were perhaps less emphasized in computer science before. Visualization, second rated, but then something surprising as well. So open source tools and concepts. For us, this was one of the reasons why we believed we've seen a proliferation of digital innovation, data-driven innovation, the ability of using different types of tools and data sets available to build new applications and services. However, the interviews gave a different picture, told a different picture. So this part of availability of data and software was perhaps desirable, but not considered essential. We then asked managers and data practitioners how they would rate their level of skills in data science. And you will see some differences when we compare the two categories. So again, you see on the left-hand side the areas that I was talking about. Dark blue means very poor, and then it gets brighter and brighter and brighter as we go to the right. So managers seem to believe they have a problem with machine learning, prediction. They also recognize that they know very little about open source software, tools, concepts, and big data. The area that they consider most important, data collection and analysis, they seem perfectly comfortable with, so they consider it essential, but they also feel they're equipped to embrace the challenge. If we look at the people who actually do the work and put their hands on the data, the picture is different. So yes, there is a concern around big data, which was ranked third, I think, by managers, and around open source tools and concepts, which is really worrying and perhaps a great opportunity to promote these sort of technology stacks, which can prove essential to teach data science to all sorts of audiences. Data collection and analysis was something that the practitioners felt less equipped about, but they thought machine learning and advanced computing and programming are less of a problem. So basically what this tells us is that managers still feel they're not enough prepared in putting aside the open source question, in areas like big data, machine learning, more advanced topics, I would say, in data processing. Whereas practitioners, people who do the machine learning, who analyze the data, who extract the insights, their main concern is, besides big data, something related to data collection, to the pre-processing, to getting the data in a shape and in a form that would allow them to do the more advanced processing. One of the things that has been emphasized over and over is the demand for non-technical skills. And again, we weren't disappointed. Communication and presentation skills, industry and business domain knowledge, but also teamwork, the ability to manage data, so to do basic data management operations, and social skills. In terms of technologies and tools, R seems to be very, very often associated with data science. Other technologies like Python, Java, SQL, so in a way, nothing too surprising there. One of the things that the people we have interviewed emphasized is that they have challenges in finding training. So there are options available, but it seems to be very difficult for a majority of the people we have interviewed to find the courses. One of the reasons was because there is no single platform to search within, but also because they didn't know exactly how to pick between different courses. In terms of training methods, face-to-face training is still important. There is a question, obviously, to which extent this scales, and this can be provided in an integrated European environment. Feedback and coaching, and perhaps less so online and webinars. And this is something we need to work on to make sure that we improve the delivery of these online offerings in order to be able to meet the demand across different European countries. So I will leave you with these recommendations that we have extracted from the analysis that we have carried out. Communication and persuasion skills are very, very important. On the one hand side, one could argue that this has been said over and over again for any type of technical area. We believe that in this particular case, we need to think about the way we teach non-technical skills to people with a technical background and to customize the message and the methods to scenarios around data-driven innovation. Basic data literacy training for everyone in an organization. This has been emphasized over and over again, and I don't think we have yet a good understanding about the topics and the best ways to deliver that. And finally, sector-specific courses. And we see more of these appearing. We had the Internet of Things example before. But again, we need to have a better understanding of what these areas need, at what kind of data sets and technology stacks would make sense in all of these areas. If you want to know more about the data, everything is on the EDSA website. If you go to the website, you can download the data, you can look at all surveys and interviews we have carried out, and you could also try out our dashboard. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, do we have, yes, I see a question at the back.
What was that?
Thank you very much for such a nice research. It's really necessary. But with the dynamic change of the world and the industry need, I believe that there is expiry for your research result. What kind of resources or mechanism you think that you need or other people needs to pick up on these results that you get to tune it for the future needs of industry? That's one question. And second, do you have in mind that there would be a date that this result is like some sort of 50% expired? That's another question that I have. Yeah, for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A very good question. I guess one way we solve this problem to a certain extent is by using a mixed methods approach. So we're not relying only on qualitative data that we receive through surveys and interviews, but we're analyzing data automatically using data science methods ourselves. So we are pulling in feeds with job descriptions, with courses from different sources, and we're analyzing this. I mean, I didn't talk about the whole analysis framework in this talk because it deserves a slot, presentation slot in itself. But this allows us to have fresh data. Now, I don't believe we will be able to replace direct communication to managers, to practitioners entirely. But what we could do, and what we're planning to do, is we're going to continue to analyze the data automatically. When we see dramatic changes, this would trigger, perhaps, a new round of qualitative research. And there again, there are two different things. There is a survey, which takes relatively little time to complete, which can be done broadly, can be done by a large number of people, but gives us only limited insight into what they think, versus interviews, which are relatively costly to carry out. So when there is a pipeline, we see a notable change in the data, in the market, as expressed by job offerings and by existing courses. This triggers perhaps a new version of the survey, and then we go on and carry out very focused interviews, which are obviously more costly, but very, very rich and very, very valuable in terms of insight. I don't know when 50% of what I said is going to be outdated. Probably tomorrow, hopefully not. Many of the concepts we and other ongoing research in this area have revealed, I think, are quite fundamental. Because data science, while not being something truly new, is still a new area. It still deserves an analysis of the types of skills and training educational concepts that would allow us to deal with this huge challenge of training hundreds of thousands of people regularly, right? So I think in the past 2 to 3 years, we had to understand these fundamental concepts. And some of them were perhaps more familiar from the past. We have recognized them from previous experiences. Some of them were new, like the use of datathons or hackathons, like the awareness, now retrospectively perhaps less surprising, but the being aware of the fact that a data scientist would not have this whole range of skills that people imagined at the beginning, that we're actually thinking, just like we're thinking about a team to execute a software project, we have to think about a team to execute a data project as well. Someone who draws the graphics and tells the message, someone who does the high performance computing backend and so on and so forth. So, okay. So to sum up, the answer to the second question is, I think part of what we and other people like IDC and others have found out and documented in their research was needed and fundamental. The details obviously need to be updated, and one way to do that, in a shallow way perhaps, but nevertheless important, is through quantitative analysis.
Okay, thank you. I'm being hassled by my Meta timekeeper here, saying that there's no more time. So maybe
maybe after the sessions you could discuss this, because we really are running out of time, unfortunately.
Yeah. So okay, I have to bow to the Meta time. Yes,
Yeah.
Elena will be here at lunch.
Yes.
So let me move to the.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Elena. Sorry. So now we move to the last speaker, Professor Zdeněk Strahal, who's a professor, a full professor at the Knowledge Media Institute at the Open University. He's going to talk about OU Analyze, a large learning analytics project which has been applied to over 70,000 students. Thank you, Zdeněk.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, you can. Sorry, I have something with my voice. Okay, so I'm going to talk about, this is the motivation for our work. There are too many students who are failing at the universities, 20 to 54% at normal universities. In distance university, it's up to 78%, and in MOOCs, it's terrible. It's 93%. And these people, these are lost resources, human resources for the society, for people, for universities, for those who pay. The idea is how to prevent these losses. So I will focus mainly on distance education because we are the Open University, we are doing distance education, and this is the key part of our work. But I will also briefly mention standard university. We did some experiments. Okay, so the Open University is the largest academic institution in the UK. We have 277 undergraduate modules. Module in the Open University Newspeak is a course. 119 postgraduate modules, more than 5,000 tutors. This is the way how we understand and how we approach the problem. Each module has a presentation which has a start and end. During the presentation, there are assessments. Here, you have 3 assessments. Typically, there are 5, 6 assessments. Assessments are evaluated by tutors. Students have access to data using virtual learning environment, which is VLE 1 to end. And the idea is to identify students who are at risk before they realize that, before they know about that, from the pattern of their behavior, based on their behavior and based on other characteristics, so that the university can intervene and intervention is still meaningful. The available data are demographic data, which is age, gender, why students do it, where are they from, region, etc. And then there are fluid data, which is what we measure from the interaction of students with the virtual learning environment, and obviously also their results. The VLE data are aggregated daily. And this is a record of VLE data just for you to give you an idea what is the volume of data we are collecting. So it's something between, say, 50,000 and 450,000 records, each record being module, presentation, date, student ID, activity, action type, and number of clicks. So this is what we know, and this is what we aggregate every day. There are typically two presentations, which is October presentation and February presentation. They overlap, as you can see. Now, this is a very simple example just to demonstrate that the fluid data, the VLE data, the activity data are important. We've built very simple experiment. Our prediction is much more complex. And if you look at that, so we have just few values of education, new or continuing student, gender, and number of clicks, just pure number of clicks. And we are predicting first assessment, whether first assessment will be submitted and score will be more than 40 points. And if you look at that, so you can see that if you don't, without considering VLE, the interactions, there is 18.5% of failure. If somebody didn't touch the keyboard, there was no click, so it's 64%, and with many clicks, it goes to 6.3%. So now the question, we are here somewhere at first assessment. It's too late. We are predicting first assessment, we would like to affect it, we would like to change it. So now the question is, why first assessment? Is it good predictor? Because we are interested in the final outcome. It's interesting. In one module, 96% of students who failed in the first assessment failed the module. It makes sense because the start is very important. You probably think it can't be worse. It can. In another module, 98% of those who didn't do the first assessment correctly, didn't pass it, failed the module. So we must start before the first assessment. In fact, we start before the start of the presentation because the VLE system opens now about 3 weeks before the start of the presentation. And in my previous simple example, we just counted clicks. It's more complex what we do. Each click has a label, semantic label, which says what the click was about. And the labels, this is the sub-collection of labels, homepage, forum is forum, you can imagine, glossary, OU content is a web page, etc. Resource is, for example, PDF file to download. And each resource has this label, and we are selecting labels which have maximum information content and minimum overlap. So we don't want to work with all these labels, but we select typically 6. This is example because I want to show it, so it's with 4. I selected 4, which is forum, subpage, resource, OU content, and no activity as a residual label. If you look at that, these are all possible combinations. So in this simplified model, in every week, every student can engage in any of these bubbles. So, for example, the leftmost is just did something on the forum, reading or writing. Say in the middle, ORFS, OU content, forum, resource, and subpage. And obviously, resource in week 1 is different from resource in week 5. It's another PDF file which says what students should read. There is obviously the blue one, which is no activity. We can build out of that something what we called activity space. Activity space, in this activity space, each row is a week. Each bubble is, each circle is what I said, the engagement with certain type of activity. And we end up here at the first assessment, and this will go lower and lower, second assessment, etc., until the end of the course. We don't have big enough screen. Now, this is example of a successful student. This student started first week before the opening, before the start of presentation, looked at the OU content and forum, probably presented something. Next week had rest, did nothing, then OU content resource and subpage, etc., and eventually submitted, passed, ended up in the green oval. This is an example, another example of student. Started with OU content, nothing. Last but 1 week, forum and subpage, resource and subpage. This is a typical panicking pattern. You can see it, and didn't submit anything. So in fact, we transform the content of the course, plan of the course, through student activity into this activity space. And if you do it for all students, for all cohort in the course, you will get something like this. There are many students who submitted color somehow indicate and thickness of the line indicate how many students go that route. So many students go to pass, relatively few students go to submit and fail, and too many students go to didn't submit, withdraw. If you remove those who go to red and yellow end, so these are all possible ways how you can study the course and pass. Obviously, they can organize, students can organize their program, their study as they want. Based on these data and demographic data, we built using previous presentation, by machine learning, we built 4 different models, which is Bayesian model on top. Then we have nearest neighbor, which is, for those who are not familiar, something like case-based reasoning. We are looking for somebody in the past who behaved similarly, say 5 people who behaved similarly, and we are deriving the verdict on the current student based on the verdicts of the previous students. So this is demographics. The next one is based on VLE, virtual learning, how they interacted with the system. And finally, it's classification and regression tree. So we have 5 independent models on different type of data, and they give us 4 verdicts. And the result at the moment is achieved by voting. So this is the criterion, majority. If 2, 3, and 4 students are voted as at risk, so it says at risk. Obviously, we also provide justification. We provided originally a prediction sheet, and we sent to every course, every people in the every tutor or course manager a sheet with results. Now we don't do it; they can download it from the dashboard. We've developed. We're doing well. We've developed dashboard now, which compares the current presentation with the previous presentation, and we are trying always use for training the same presentation in the past. So it means not the same course, but also if it started in October, we are trying to use also October presentation because there are some, I don't know, Christmas and for different reasons, the best match is the good idea. So in this diagram, you can see the blue bars is the previous presentation, and the yellow bars is the current presentation, and the red line is where we are now. And the blue lines is the VLE activity in the previous presentation in year earlier, and yellow one is the current one. In addition to this overview, we also have predictions for each student. Each row here is one student, and you can see there are the predictions for each student we have predictions, results of the four models. In addition to that, we have a filter so that we can say we would like to see just based on area, for example, or gender, or age, or something. We can just narrow down, or obviously on a tutor, we would like to, for specific tutor, give the students. So we can narrow down the choice of students. We have also the same for a student. So this is comparison of a student, yellow, with the whole cohort. And we have developed for nearest neighbors. We've developed a comparison kind of interface. This target, you can change the balance, and you can say, I would like to see 80% of impact of VLE and 20% of demographics, or vice versa. You can change it. The important part is activity recommender, because, as you know, we know in every week what the student has attended, or what the student has clicked on. We also know what the student hasn't clicked on. So we know that student hasn't seen certain material, which we know exactly what it was. So we have developed a recommender, which is personalized for every student, and we are telling them what they should do to catch up with the course. For tutors, we have a simple page where they can provide feedback. Now, so far we supported these modules, which is in total more than 70,000 students. And we generate predictions every week. Typically on Wednesday, because on Tuesday we are going to get all data from Saturday and Sunday. This is interesting because if you calculate potential impact, not necessarily impact achieved, but potential impact, if we improve by 10%, because we have many students, by 10% if we improve those who fail in large modules. I am not saying we do that, we have done it. But so it will be in single presentation more than £7 million calculated by multiplication of number of students who fail times the fee. We support, obviously we supported only some of them, so it would be 2.5 million. But I'm not saying we've achieved that, because there must be also intervention, and this hasn't been so far fully evaluated. Now, to give the chance to the community, we decided to anonymize some data and provided this set for, okay? Provide this set for everybody. You can download it from our page. I left some leaflets, also some handouts in here. This is fully anonymized, and you are encouraged to use it and develop better methods than anybody else. Shall I quickly mention also Classroom? We also, 3 minutes. 1 minute? Okay, 1 minute. Classroom-based education, we don't have, we found another university, European university. We've got data, and we decided there is a certain model how they can fail and progress and pass. What is important is this. It's important to find the time when we can distinguish those who fail, progress without full completion, or complete. And that can be done. We have done it. And this is, I think, important. We use their data from 2013-14, where there was no intervention and 33% failed. The next year, we still validated the model, and 41% failed, and then tutors intervened, and 17% failed. They managed to save quite a lot of people. They are absolutely keen on that. That's it. Thank you.
So, any questions from anybody? One question in the front row.
Could you please stand? And yeah, you have to hold it close.
Okay, now you can hear me. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was going to the general issue. You say, okay, you tried to extrapolate or estimate how a student will manage or how a student will fail. And let's say there are other points, for example, flight crashes. There was failures in hospitals. And then there was a doctor and he started Atul Gawande on checklists. That means he made checklists and said, hey, on a checklist, the person or the flight or the hospital can improve. And I even looked, for example, on court applications where you see a failure rate of 96 or 98% in the Strasbourg Human Rights Court. So my question or my point is how you do it already, because you make weekly or monthly tests where you say the student has to show how good he is, and that's much better instead, for example, saying they study for 1 year and then they have to test, they have never got a feedback and they are kicked out. So what additional tests or possibilities would you have to improve the student? For example, would it be possible to put talking bots, talking to the people, continuous feedback, or other ways to give a much better feedback loop that these failure rates go down?
Well, we are trying, first of all, to identify these students as early as possible, which is before they fail. So we inform, typically, there is infrastructure at the university, which is called student support team. There are tutors, individual tutors. Each student, there is something like a group of 20, 25 students per tutor. So we inform these people and they contact students. And they say, okay, is there, very often our prediction was accurate. It happened to us also that they contacted, they said, okay, we know this is, I don't know, this is mother and she had a child which was ill, but she will catch up, it's okay. So the feedback is as early as possible so that they can be helped. And that's why we do it every week. That's why we follow their interaction with the VLE system practically, well, every day and evaluate it once a week.
Any more questions? I know we're close to, we have lunch coming up. Okay, thank you. So now there is lunch until 2, and then there'll be the closing session.
Now we have the talk of Anders Arptek. He is the head of analytics Spotify. And I think his background is very interesting because it is, let's say, in between academia and practical highbrow applications related to analytics. He was a professor working on machine learning and data science. I think he's probably one of the first real data scientists. He worked on online marketing technologies, also in an industrial setting. So he worked, for example, on the things related to Netflix. Since a couple of years, he is head of the new analytics team within Spotify. And Spotify is one of my favorite tools. And I'm very intrigued to learn what he knows about us. So the floor is to Anders, and let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Will, for that introduction, and thanks to the organizing committee for inviting me. Very happy to be here and hear all the interesting talks. Anything from, for example, TomTom that spoke about having a single button to fetch self-driving cars, which actually is very similar to Spotify, that love to have a single button to just press that and have perfect music being played for a specific user at a specific time. And it's also been a lot of talk about bringing value from big data, so I will speak more about how Spotify does that and how we make use of our big data at Spotify. But before that, I'd like to do a quick demo. So perhaps if you switch to the Infinite Jukebox, please. Awesome, and press play. So this is an infamous song. Perhaps you can increase the volume a bit. It's been something we have to endure for many years in the past. And we have an invention by a group at Spotify called Econest that allows us to play this song forever. So if you look at this circle right now, you can see some arcs connecting different parts of this circle. And you see this blue line, and when it comes to one of these arcs, you will see it randomly jump from the current position to some other. There, you saw it? There it jumped. So we have the ability to understand the raw music, the raw audio data, the acoustic data, listen and understand where the chorus, where the verse is, break it down into segments, and break it further down into individual beats. And for each beat, we can understand different attributes like the energy and pitch, and something called timbre, which is like a color of music. Oh, I'm standing in the way here. But that allows us to basically identify beats, which is every point that you see on the circle, that are identical to others. So I ask you to listen now very closely, and perhaps you can increase the volume a bit. So listen closely if you hear when it's jumping, when you see the green line. Still playing the same track. Wait for the green arc. There it jumps. Jump. Awesome, right? We can listen to this song forever. So please go back to the presentation. As you may know, Spotify has grown rapidly in the last couple of years. So we have grown both in terms of number of active users, in revenue, and also in number of employees. And that presents challenges and problems that require us to scale up our data capabilities, analytics, and our data science environment. So I will focus mainly on how that works at Spotify, how we are able and are working currently in scaling up our data science capabilities. I will start with just giving some quick facts about me, who I am, some quick facts about Spotify for people that may not is familiar with Spotify, a bit more about how Spotify actually works, and explain some of the misconceptions that a lot of people have of what Spotify really is. And then move more into how we can have an organization that supports data first and data-driven type of decisions, and how we can scale up that through technology, and also give some more concrete examples of how data science can be used at Spotify. So quickly about me, I started for a long while back developing something similar to a shopping site, some robot that goes out and fetch information on the web, trying to understand and structure information about different products that you can buy in e-commerce, in retail shops, and compare them. So that was a lot of programming and work to get that working, and that brought me into the field of machine learning, because I want to automate that. I didn't want to recode everything. It was too much work to hard code every piece of that type of logic. So I continued also doing my PhD in that area, and I stayed on with as a research professor. And after a while, I got some venture capital to continue my project, but that moved me also into more industry and startup area, working with the people that founded Price Runner, if you're familiar with that, and also some other areas like Campania with real-time online marketing, and we're, for example, handling the Netflix worldwide marketing at one point, which was kind of dangerous. If you turned the parameters and did some parameter tuning in the wrong way, it could increase the marketing spend like $100,000 in one day, and it was a dangerous thing. But in the last 3 years, I've been at Spotify, and just to be clear, I'm the head of the new analytics research team in Stockholm. So analytics is one big organization, and we have different subparts of that. And we have lately started having groups that focus more on academic long-term research, which is something that I'm very happy about and glad that Spotify also find the time and interest to do this type of long-term research projects. So what is Spotify? Well, here are some quick numbers. I should have updated this number. We were 75 until a couple of weeks ago, when we announced that we are more than 100 million active users right now in 59 markets and 30 million paying subscribers. We have 30 million songs in the catalog, and that's an interesting number. One of the, some other companies may say they have 100 or 150 million songs in the catalog, but the question is, what is really defined as a single song? When we get the songs from labels and other aggregators, we get them in a very raw format. It has a lot of duplicates in them. So we need to spend a lot of time and data science techniques to automatically deduplicate songs, and we spend a lot of time doing that. So we have a high-quality catalog, and that's why we say we have about 30 million deduplicated songs in the catalog. And we get about 20,000 new songs every day. We also have a big Hadoop cluster with over 2,000 machines and about 100 petabytes of data stored there. And for the actual cluster, we have about 100 terabytes of just memory capacity for the jobs that we can run in that cluster. But even that, we have significant challenges in just handling the growth of the data. So that cluster is actually not sufficient for us. And we have lately, in the last year or two, started working with migrating as much of our big data systems into Google Cloud, where we can have more or less infinite amount of storage, which storage is the main bottleneck right now, but also infinite amount of computing power. Well, infinite with quotation marks. This slide is more about how the streaming has changed the music industry. As you may know, there are different sources of revenue for the artist. There are physical downloads like CDs, which are on heavy decline. We have downloads on music, and we also have streaming. And since last year, streaming is the main source of revenue for the music industry today. And you can see the clear trend where streaming is increasing. And Spotify, of course, does streaming. So let's go more into the architecture. What many people think when they hear Spotify is just the mobile app in your iOS or Android phone, or the desktop client, or the web client, or some embedded device that you have in a speaker. But that's only a small part. What you see in the bottom part of this architecture are these purple circles, and they are the different clients that we have, like the Android app. But beyond that, we also have a lot of backend services, and we have what's called like a microservice architecture with hundreds of different backend services. And that can, for example, be like the search backend service. So when you go to the search functionality in the client and type in some query, a request is being sent from the client back to the backend, and then sent out to a set of different backend services, and then the response is aggregated and sent back to the client. So the main part of the work, both in terms of development time, but also in amount of hardware and resources necessary, is for the backend services. That's really where we need to spend a lot of engineering and data science resources. So you can see how all of this information, we have information coming from the clients in how the user behaves on the phone, and also a lot of information being logged from the services. And all of this is being moved into this big Hadoop cluster, where we can later analyze that information and try to bring some insights and value from that information. And we also have the record labels on the other side, sending us this dirty data that we have to spend a lot of time cleaning up to build up a high-quality catalog with all the artists' songs and albums that we have. This is an example of a single backend service. It's called the Discovery. It's not the Discovery Weekly. This is the Discovery functionality that says something like, you listen to this artist, perhaps you're interested in this artist. So it gives recommendations about new artists and songs that you may be interested in. For that, you can see a feedback loop here. We have the Hadoop cluster where all the big data exists. We have in the bottom something called Cassandra. It may be hard to read from you, but that's a distributed database that we make use of. And then we have a backend service that we developed called Bartender that is specific for this Discover functionality. So this Bartender backend service is the service that receives a request saying, now some user wants to view this list of recommendations in the Discover page. So the Bartender goes back to the Cassandra database, get the information, and return some response. And up to the right, you see the Spotify logo, and that is basically the client. And we get more information about how the client acted on that information. Perhaps the user clicked on a certain recommendation, but not others. And that piece of information can then be analyzed, and we can further improve the recommendations to have this feedback loop of continuously improving recommendations. So what do we use all the big data for at Spotify? Well, it's a number of things. For one, we need to report to all the record labels and the right holders how much we stream each song and artist, because we pay out 70+% of all the revenue back to the artists. So that's one critical and very important use case for the big data. We also can use it directly for the different product features, like the Discover functionality you just saw. That functionality itself makes use of big data to improve their performance. Also, like Discovery Weekly, which has been a recent popular function, is a purely algorithmic functionality, only making use of our big data services. Another thing is just improving the quality of the catalog, like deduplicating the tracks, as I mentioned before. For a single song, like Daft Punk Get Lucky, I think we have more than 200 copies of that single song coming from different sources. And we have to find that these, even though they may not be exactly the same in the title or the duration of the song or other pieces of metadata that we have, we still need to understand that this is actually the same song. So we have to spend a lot of time and effort in making that possible. Also something like artist disambiguation. We have artists named the same thing, like an artist named Kent. It's a popular artist in Sweden, but also a popular artist in France. And how do we know that these are actually different artists? That's also a very challenging task to do. But besides that, of course, the normal analytics is very important. And being able to understand what the key metrics are that we can measure the performance in the company as a whole or for specific functions. And I think the best way to describe what we are really wanting to do is we want to have this holistic understanding of the user experience. If we have that, then we can not only make better recommendations, but also improve the functionality of the different features we have and make the overall experience for the user better. So we need to understand things like the user funnel, what happens initially when a user comes into the product, when they register for the service. How do we get them activated? How do we retain them short-term, long-term? How do we convert them to premium and avoid churn? So these kind of fundamental questions are of super importance for us, especially in research, to understand. A bit more about the actual organization. So it's not sufficient to just have a big Hadoop cluster to make a company make use of big data. We also have to have an understanding and a culture in the company to support that. So that requires us to constantly be asking ourselves, what will lead to differentiation tomorrow, given that we have this data-driven approach? How should we make use of it to make sure we can use that to our favor? And that's not something you can answer once. It's something you have to constantly be asking yourself and different parts of the Spotify organization to understand that. It's also a culture issue and making people understand what it really means to be data first, that we call it. It's not the same as data only, which is a negative thing. So data only means that you perhaps only make use of the data and don't potentially interpret that in a proper way. So you perhaps run an A/B test and say, oh, did it go well? Well, then we completely shut down the whole piece of work that we did and go back to the drawing board. That may not be the best decision to make, even though the data says that. So we need to continuously think more about what does it mean? Why did really this A/B test go wrong? And that is being more data first than just being data only. It's also a question about how do we organize the organization. We have recently done some reorganization of especially the analytics department. Previously it was more a big centralized organization. Now we have decentralized many parts of the analytics organization, so people and analysts are embedding and working directly in teams that develop certain functionality, or like marketing or growth or legal departments. But we still have some set of core analytical departments. And one of them is the research department, which I'm working with. And we have other like core engineering departments for analytical purposes. So this is something we need to continuously think about and improve to make sure that we don't only have the technology, but actually have support in the whole organization for being data first. Okay, so here's a quick example as well about an A/B test. We do A/B testing for basically everything that we change in the product, and also for other things like marketing. Here is an example of a change in one of the clients. And the blue line is this new version, and the orange line is the control group that we had. And the metric that you see on the y-axis is how many people converted to premium after 2 weeks since the registration. So it's a very important key metric that we have. And we can clearly see that the control group outperforms the test group. So that's a very, very negative signal. And you can imagine, perhaps 10 engineers has been working for this for 3 months, and then they see this result after releasing the first small A/B test to perhaps a couple of % of the users. And they get these results. It's horrific. This means the whole work they did is useless. We can't use it. So we have to dig further in to understand what really happened. Why did the user not like this new improved, version that we spent so much time developing? And we had the hypothesis that this should really improve the user experience, but it didn't. So this is a horrific thing to see, but it happens often, and that's why we do A/B test and measure stuff and try to understand things through data. I think I'm speaking too much as usual, so I'll go very quickly about this one. It's just more generic trends in how analytics has worked throughout the years. We had this more traditional analytics using Excel and small-scale data with centralized relational databases. And then we, thanks to Google and other companies, were able to at least work with big data in Hadoop and MapReduce technologies. But it still was super hard and very time-consuming, and we couldn't use all the advanced machine learning and the other techniques that we had because you had to transform them into a MapReduce format, which was very difficult. So the functionality that we had was reduced, even though you could work with much more data. So if we talk about Analytics 3.0, then we are trying to simplify this whole distributed data processing techniques so that we can go back to having the same functionality that we had before, but also working with big data in the same time. And we are still not there yet, but it's going closer to that point. And we also want to work more in real time, so having decisions with as little latency as possible before receiving the data or after receiving the data is something that we want to do. Oh yeah, here's a quick side track, but we had a little art competition inside Spotify recently, where we basically asked all the analysts to submit their most beautiful visualization of the data. So we had a requirement. It had to be a visualization that is really useful. You can use it and actually see some insight from the data in that visualization. And perhaps all of you that worked with this for a long time are so bored with seeing pie charts and line graphs and scatter plots. It's so nice to actually have some more diverse visualizations as well. This one, for example, visualize a single user and through a session what type of music it listens to. If it's more to the left, it's more familiar music, like the same artist is listened to before. And if it's more to the right, it means it's new artists, new songs they hasn't listened to before. So we can quickly see that some user is far more to the left in like familiarity mode, and other users are more to the right, like the second one in the bottom row, which is my manager, that is more into discovery mode. So very useful and beautiful visualization. This one is also very beautiful. It's vector space in a thread face space, if that says anything to you. Probably doesn't. Actually, this is more beautiful than useful, so it didn't win the competition because no one understood what it really means. If I'm trying to understand it or explain it very quickly in like 10 seconds, the left one is basically skip ratio. So if a user skips a song or not. The top one, if you play the full song or not. And then it's for 100,000 user sample over 2 weeks and tracking the daily activity. And each type of activity leaves like a thread through this two-dimensional space. And this creates this visualization. Beautiful, but useless. Okay, so how do we move on, handling these new challenges that we have? We're outgrowing our storage space. We actually have a doomsday counter saying, in this number of days, we will run out of space, and the whole system will collapse, unless we do something. And that's not too far away. So luckily, we have started this work early on, and we are now full speed ahead, migrating a lot of our data, our backend services and big data jobs to the cloud platform. We have like 10,000 jobs running each day, processing all the data. So we need to have a lot of computational power and also a lot of storage space. This is perhaps a bit too technical, but what we're trying to do is, this migration is difficult for many reasons. We don't want everyone to rewrite these 10,000 different jobs to run it on Google. That would require a huge amount of engineering resources to do so. So this is a new system we're developing that allows you to run a piece of code or a job that can run on the cluster one time, and then later choose to either run on the upper right corner on the Hadoop on-premise cluster, or if we later choose, just flick a button and we can run it in the Hadoop cloud environment instead. So a very beautiful system that we're trying to improve and make it easier for us to transition into the cloud environment. We also have this new real-time processing environment running on Google Cloud. You can see on the left we have the clients. These are the different mobile apps or the web applications we have sending information to our APs, and we have the backend services. And then Pulsar is like a multiplexing service that aggregates and splits up data into topics. And then we have a set of consumers that can choose to, for example, listen to every time a user plays a song. You can say, give me the event of the type user has played a song, for example. Or it can be a user have viewed a page in the client, things like that. Okay, let's move into the fun part. I'm trying to here just show a bit more concrete examples of what we can use a bit more advanced data science techniques for at Spotify. This is an example of, or a number of examples of how we can use real-time use cases, but in a matter of time, I think I'll just talk about one of them. And it's actually a thesis student of mine that's currently working with detecting unexpectedly popular artists in real time. And what does that mean? Well, think if we just in real time want to have a real-time top list saying in the last 5 minutes, these artists streamed the most, or played the most on Spotify. That would be a very easy thing to write with the technology that we have today. but not very interesting from a user point of view. It will basically be the most popular artist all the time in that top list. So that's not really useful or very interesting to have. What he is trying to do is rather, given the normal popularity of each artist, which artists are most unexpectedly popular at a specific point in time. To the bottom right, you can see one artist. It is David Bowie. And it's during the month of January this year. And you see a big spike. I think some of you can guess what happened at that time. You can actually see a small spike a couple of days ahead. He actually released a new album, I think the 9th of January, and you see a small spike. But then it's a huge spike a couple of days later, and that's when he died. So when people die on Spotify, this will detect it. So it's a death detector, you can call it as well. But of course, we have many other use cases for having real-time data, like having just dashboard, especially when we release a new version of a client. We want to, as soon as possible, see if users, for example, get a lot more crashes in the clients, or if some KPI like second week retention is increased or decreased, and we want to see this piece of information as soon as possible. And other stuff like ad targeting and real-time recommendations is, of course, also of interest to us. So as a data scientist, I have to throw in at least one formula in the presentation. So this is actually a standard formula for collaborative filtering, how recommendations, one of the type of recommendations you can make use of. Normally, the point with this one into a 40-dimensional vector, in this case. So for each track, we basically have 40 numbers representing what type of music this is. And the formula below, you can see the p-value minus some multiplication. Some x times in transpose times y, which is basically taking one row times one column. And if we can get this error, you can see it's squared, so it's basically the squared error that we calculate here. We want to minimize that. So we have different algorithms to just minimize this cost function. And if we do that, we can get these 40 numbers. So that's like a super quick explanation. Perhaps I should spend more time, but perhaps some of you got the understanding at least. It's not a super complicated thing. It's just trying to find a small 40-dimensional representation of a big matrix that's 100 million times 4 million columns. Right? Yes. Everyone understood. Okay, deep learning is another big trend, and even though a lot of people misunderstand what deep learning can be used for, there are use cases where it's very valuable. For us, for example, if a person hasn't listened to a track enough number of times, we can't recommend it. We have to have this 500 streams first before we even understand what type of user that like this song. So that means we can't recommend new songs or unpopular songs. And we get 20,000 new songs every day, and it's a horrible thing if we can't recommend these new songs coming in as soon as possible. So what we can do with deep learning is, instead of using this collaborative filtering approach that we saw before, look at the raw audio data instead, and use these MEL spectrograms. It's basically the y-axis is just a time scale, and in this, to the left, the blue and yellow bar, you see the x-axis is basically a frequency dimension. So you can see the energy in different frequencies at different points in time in that song. So that representation is then fed into this deep learning network, and in the last layer, you see a number 40 saying something, and that's the 40-dimensional vector I just spoke of, which is the collaborative filtering description, this latent vector that represents what type of song it is. So we can predict what collaborative filtering vector a new song will have, just given the raw audio data of the track, without any user having ever listened to that track. So that's kind of interesting as well. This is another example. It's more for perhaps technology-interested people. is something I worked with myself as well. This is a full end-to-end Spark pipeline that do the full data extraction, it do the data transformation, the feature building, training the model, predicting for all the users a probability that the user will convert to premium. It's not as simple as that, though, because we want to basically target ad or do some action to get more people converted to premium. And the problem with that is, if we just take the people that are most likely to convert, they will convert even though we take this action or not. So action may be sending an email or informing them that you can play offline if you are on premium. But the most likely users will probably do that anyway without that action being taken. So what we really want to predict is, if a user will convert, given that they will see this action, that will get this email or get this notification saying, perhaps you want to play offline as well. So that's a much trickier thing to predict. So it's basically a conditional probability that you want to be able to model somehow, which is not straightforward. So this is something called uplift modeling that we can do to understand these kind of user probabilities. This we already saw, so skip that. And I'm moving closer to the end. So I just thought I'd give a couple of examples of what we in research specifically work with. And what I spoke before about in this A/B test, we had a single key metric, like if a user will convert or not in 2 weeks, which is, of course, a very important metric to have, but it may not be very sufficient to explain why a user didn't or did not like that service. So we need more metrics to describe why users like or don't like a certain functionality. And that's actually a research field in itself. To understand what the most important metrics are that we can use to understand the user behavior and measure that in a way to understand what users like and don't like. So we spend time with doing just that, to understand user behavior and what key metrics we should have. Another thing is understanding the content and the creators, the artists and the tracks. So that's also something we want to have an understanding of in an as deep way as possible. That's something that big data allows us to do. You can go super granular. You don't have to aggregate something on high dimensions. You can have a very granular measure to understand why and how certain, for example, artists are more important for users than others. And also, I think the main thing is really to have this holistic user understanding, so to really understand why users like a certain functionality, like a certain song, or why they behave in a certain way. So to do that, we have a number of projects also to understand, for example, the different steps through the user funnels, the activation, the retention, the churn, conversion, and try to see why and what are the drivers for people moving between these different stages in a life cycle. And something else is we can also use the amount of data we have to understand people through their music behavior. So that's another interesting part that we can use our data to do. And this moves in to another interesting part, which is this using data for common good. We had a lecture recently from Michael Rossetti. He's the producer of the film called Alive, Inside. It's about people with Alzheimer's disease and memory loss. And he was able to show, or you can see in this movie, that people with Alzheimer's are able to regain memory of their loved ones by making use of music. And this is a type of medicine, if we like to call it. Like instead of pills, we can actually use music to provide common good. We have other use cases like sleeping. We have in Stockholm, in one of the universities, we have a research group looking into sleeping disorders. And we have a lot of sleeping playlists in Spotify, helping people to sleep better. And that's another area where we can make use of our big data for things beyond just the commercial interest that we otherwise may have. So in summary, we want to scale up our data science environment, and we can use a set of different techniques to do so. For one, of course, a technique needs to be there. You know, this big migration to Google Cloud allows us to scale up much easier. It's a very big project to do this move between on-premise and to a cloud environment, but it's something we invest heavily in. There are new services there, like BigQuery, that is very promising and especially loved by a lot of analysts and data scientists at Spotify. We can, of course, also scale the product, the functionality we have in the clients. So more and more algorithmic functionality and even editorial playlists that we have a lot of can make use of more and more tools to help them in their way to design and create the best type of content and playlists for the people at different moments and in different type of scenarios. But it's not only that. I think it's very important to also stress the last part, and that is, you know, having an organization that supports data-first thinking, and, you know, have people organized in a proper way, having the proper culture and the mindset of people, how to think to make decisions in a data-driven way. So thanks. That's all for me.
Let's thank Anders. So thanks, Anders, for a great talk. Perhaps many in the audience know the saying, big data is like teenage sex. People are talking about it all the time but not doing it. But it seems that in Spotify people are actually doing it. So I would like to open the floor for questions. So. There's a question there.
Hi there, Ruud Jansen from Brand Loyalty. You talked about centralizing versus embedded of the data people in the organization. What do you see as a big advantage of having it embedded?
Yes, a good question. There are pros and cons with each approach. Having, you know, either or is not wrong, but the mix, I think, is the best solution. So the advantage and pros with having embedded people is that they get really close to the people making the decisions and actually building the product. So as an example, we need to have functionality built into the clients and the backend services that log the data in a proper way. If we don't have the data properly structured, we can't analyze it afterwards. Then it's too late. So having someone part of that project, you know, part of that team that actually develops this, makes it more, you know, end-to-end. So we have the proper logging, we have the right mindset, again, throughout the whole engineering process of building that. So that, I would say, is the biggest advantage of that.
Other question? I have difficulty seeing in the room. Yeah. There are several questions there in the lower end, so just throw it to somebody.
I'll start here and then go in the back.
Thank you. I'm Kai Tao Yang from Center Data. You mentioned that you mitigate your data from Hadoop cluster to Google Cloud. Could you please tell us what's the advantage and the disadvantage of these two techniques?
Yes. So, you know, in Google Cloud, we also use Hadoop there. So we're not only using, you know, Google has their own like data flow and services to have a managed big data system, but we can also run Hadoop there, which we do. So it's not a move from Hadoop, if that were your question. It's more a move from having a managed on-premise cluster that you have to take care of the machinery and the scaling up and running this big data system yourself versus having someone else like Google managing doing that. So we don't have to take care about the low-level physical management of that cluster. So that's one big advantage of moving to the cloud. You don't have to manage that yourself anymore. And in the on-premise cluster, for example, we physically run out of space to scale up at least that single big Hadoop clusters. cluster in that same place. So the other choice would be to build some other cluster, some underware that do more work. But that would mean having two separate systems, and that would also have a lot of other problems with it. So by moving into Google Cloud, we avoid that problem in itself. So the primary advantage is for the storage problem. We had a lot of physical storage issues and a doomsday counter counting down. So we need to fix that. So that's number one. But also that we don't have to manage the more low-level machinery anymore is also a big advantage for us.
Was another question there in the lower end?
Could you please stand and keep it close to you?
As I understood, you can predict whether people will like a song based on the physical sound characteristics. But on the other hand, I can imagine you won't hear the same sound all day. How do you deal with that?
What was the last part?
Well, how do you bring in some variance in the offering you make to the people?
Some diversity in the recommendations. We normally you can rank recommendations in 3 different measures. You want accuracy, you want relevance, and you want diversity. So by thinking of all of these, saying, take something very similar, that makes it more relevant. But you also want to have something novelty, like new songs coming in. So you can measure the amount of novelty in the song's recommendation, and then also diversity. So if you take all these into account, you can rank songs and recommendations in a way that you still have diversity and novelty, and not only relevance, for example.
So I think that person was afraid to hear Gangnam Style the whole day. So let me ask the last question, because I think we have to continue.
Yeah.
Of course, there are different tastes in music between different countries. But are there also remarkable differences between countries in the way that people use the UI, or whether people switch more? Can you mention some of these examples?
Yes, I hope there is no one from Mexico here, but there
it's
are...
a European conference.
Yes. No, but without specifying countries, perhaps. There are big differences in how they use different services. Some are certainly much more, for example, interested in familiar artists. Others are much more into discovery mode and finding new artists. And of course, there's a big difference in genres as well, that you have Latin music played in Latin countries, etc. But using the features, we can certainly see, if you think about lean back versus lean in, this is another measure we have, saying either you're very active, that lean in, you search for a song, you know which artist to play, and you're very active in your choice of music. That's a very strong lean in behavior that some countries have. But others are more laid back. They just want to push a button saying, give me music, put on the radio and let it play. I don't care about refining it or choosing the artist. And that's more lean back behavior. And that's another area where certain countries certainly differ from others in that behavior.
Okay, I suggest that we thank the speaker again. So we move now to the next speaker, and I'm very glad that I can introduce Alexander Rinoy-Kan. So his background is extremely interesting. He's a mathematician from origin. He was the rector of the Erasmus University. He had very many political functions, like he was the chairperson of the VNO-NCW and of the SER. The Dutch people know what these things are. At this point in time, he is distinguished university professor at the University of Amsterdam. He is also an elected member of the Dutch Senate. In recent years, he has also been focusing a bit on data science and big data. So he was, for example, responsible for the Dutch science agenda, finding out what the Dutch people think is important and where science should focus on. And of course, big data was one of the elements that surfaces there. And he's the chairperson of the Big Data Alliance. What is also perhaps interesting for the people not from Holland in this audience is that he was elected for many years as the most powerful person of the Netherlands. And I'm very glad that the most powerful person of the Netherlands is giving the closing keynote here. So let's give him a welcome.
Thank you very much for that.
nice and I must say somewhat overdone introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here and a real honor to play this particular role in this spaceship environment and talk about the topic that I was asked to talk about, scaling up the big data economy. I'm sorry to have only been able to attend a small part of this conference, but I've read a lot about it, and as all of you will know better than I do, this is a very big conference on a very big topic with a very big title and with a very high ambition level. It's not necessarily a privilege to be the final speaker at such a meeting, because a certain tiredness typically sets in, and so I can imagine that at the end of the day you are eager to relax and exchange impressions. So I don't necessarily want to take a lot of time, but what I would like to try to do is perhaps to review this whole area where it sits, not so much from a technical level, but basically from the perspective, where do we go from here? Also including some of the peripheral roles. We all know by now that this is a researcher's paradise, but of course the question also is relevant, what is it going to be like for the rest of us? And what will it take us to get from where we are now to where we possibly want to be in the long run? So these are pretty big questions, and when I tried to think of a one-line summary of where we are, the best that I could think of was basically this, which is essentially how I feel about this. When I say welcome to the revolution, that is basically where I think we sit, and that is basically what we should be preparing for and trying to cope with as well as we can. I don't know what the word revolution brings out in terms of images for you. This is the kind of picture that I immediately had in mind myself. So you see revolutions are pretty confusing scenes with lots of people. The best of times, if you will, the worst of times. Older people, younger people, a surprisingly large number of attractive young men and especially young women. Surprisingly poorly dressed occasionally. Nevertheless, all playing some kind of confusing role, always a flag or a banner waving in the background. And at the same time, you know, not all of them will be the winners in this particular game, because revolutions, that is one major ingredient they always seem to have. They have winners, but they also have losers. And revolutions are a lot of fun as long as you're on the winning side. And if you're not, you are probably heading for trouble. So revolutions pose a big challenge. And it is, I think, basically that kind of challenge that we are now looking at, each of us from his own or her own perspective. So what does that imply, and what does the metaphor of revolutions tell us? Well, maybe three things. First of all, and quite relevantly so, revolutions are hard to predict. You sometimes don't recognize one until you're in the middle or basically already at the end. And already the revolution that I think we're finding ourselves part of is a nice illustration of that phenomenon. Because the internet revolution, that this is sort of a sequel to, as I see it, the internet revolution has been with us for a very long time before we even began to realize what it might imply. And here I speak from bitter and modest experience. In 1984, a long time ago, before most of you were born, I was a visiting professor at MIT for a semester, and when I arrived there, internet was up and running in the sense that people in the department that I was part of, at the Sloan School of Management, were using internet to send email all over the world, especially to their colleagues in the United States. This was the time of DARPANET, so basically the infrastructure had been provided free of any charge by the US Army, and it was used to exchange email, of course, and big databases, scientific databases. And all of you who have been to MIT or know about MIT realize the kind of place it is. It is, first of all, a fantastic university, but a very entrepreneurial place. So no MIT professor is taken seriously until he runs at least 3 or 4 companies on the side. And here are all these professors, all these very smart commercial professors using internet in this particular way. And not any one of them, not a single one has any idea how useful internet might be to exchange commercial information in whatever sense of the word. So all of that, when it came later and much later, to some extent we could have previewed and we could have predicted, we might have capitalized on, but none of them had any idea that that might possibly happen. And of course, in retrospect, it all seems to be pretty obvious. So here was a revolution in the making, and none of us had any idea that it was about to come and hit us very, very hard. So they're impossible to predict, even if you're very, very close. And there are many, many other examples for which this is true. And even if you're in the middle, they're hard to recognize. Just a week ago, there was a nice editorial in which Thomas Friedman compared the situation that we find ourselves in today to the transition between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. And again, the same story applies. All of a sudden, something happens, something starts to change, and you don't quite know what it is, and you probably don't realize exactly what it is until many decades later when you look back. But as he argues, and maybe convincingly, what happened between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the printing press being sort of the in-between technology, may well be similar to what we are looking at right now. The world is changing before our very eyes. We need to come to grips with it, but we don't quite know where we are heading. And of course, what we know even less is the third bullet point here. How can we possibly manage the whole change process that we are part of, whether we like it or not? Managing in the sense of controlling is impossible, but we all have some responsibility for some small outpost of this huge empire. It would be nice to stay in control of where we are. And again, the question is, can we possibly do it? And if so, how? And how do we prepare for what may be coming ahead of us, what may be coming next? When you call this a revolution, that is to some extent a big statement, because it's tempting to think of revolutions as small evolutions. And certainly what you can argue is that what the web has brought us so far is a sequence of evolutionary steps, maybe steps that might look like this. I talked already about the very first phase of the web, 1984 at MIT, the research phase, if you will, when DARPA was running the show, and basically internet was just used to exchange research information. But then, of course, there came a second stage, if you will, the brochureware stage, where basically the gold rush enticed people to exchange information of all sorts of categories. But basically, the purpose of that was no more than inform people about what might be going on elsewhere. Then, of course, there was the third phase, if you will, the transaction phase, when we moved from static data to transactional information, when eBay and Amazon came around and again changed the world, but in a maybe evolutionary sense. And transactions, of course, at a huge scale that we now see, became attractive and slowly, but certainly profitable. And if you will, we are now in the fourth phase, where the web caters to our needs for social interaction, where Facebook, of course, is one of the big winners, but not necessarily the only winner, when all of a sudden profitability becomes pretty normal instead of rather unusual, as it was for many, many years. And now we are witnessing the side effects in many ways of this particular phase. So all of that maybe was evolution so far, but what I think is now really changing, and what changed it from an evolution into a revolution, is what, for want of a better term, I would like to call the Internet of Things, a term that I'm sure all of you have seen many, many times already. I'm not quite sure who invented it. David Langley, I think, is the name most typically associated with it. Kevin Ashton used it in 1999, but whoever came up with it first, of course, it was not completely new, and there were traces of it way back when. And the story that I like is that the very first appearance of the Internet of Things was in Carnegie Mellon University in 1982 in the smart Coke machine that used information from each bottle revealing its temperature in terms of its suitability for consumption, and it also tracked the inventory, and the combination of these two things made it, if you will, in the first example where Internet was being used in the Internet of Things interpretation. This, I think, is a real revolution if it plays out the way it looks likely to play out. And this, I think, is really going to change our perspective of the world that we live in and the possibilities that the world offers to us. And so what I'm talking about here in the standard definition is what I've listed here once again, these physical objects collecting and exchanging data through Internet. And the very first thing that it does is transform a world in which big data are pretty normal into a world that has to cope with very, 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 very big data indeed. And that, I think, is a very unusual and important and sometimes also frightening challenge. This, for good reason, is the full definition of what this Internet of Things is all about. And basically, it seems to me to capture the crucial ingredients. We have this dynamic global network infrastructure that we make use of, if you will, a network of networks, with self-configuring capability. So to some extent, it controls and develops itself, and increasingly will do that. Based on, here we are, optimistic standard communication protocols. They are at least in the making, and of course, sooner or later, they will have to emerge and make our life more manageable. Where these physical things have, of which more later, have identities, they have certain physical attributes, and they are basically endowed with virtual personalities, with all the ramifications of that. Increasingly convincing personalities, if you will. They, of course, use all the intelligent interfaces that are available and increasingly available, and at some point they are seamlessly, well, not perhaps seamlessly today, but they will be seamlessly integrated into this huge information network that I started out with. So this is really the world that is emerging. And of course, the things that I'm talking about here have many, many different meanings already, and new ones are added on a day-to-day basis. We go all the way from these very, very microscopically small things, heart monitoring, implants and other things that sit in your body and register and then pass on information about you to some outside world, all the way through clothes that carry that same capability, and then upwards towards grids, if you will, to energy networks, but certainly also homes that increasingly capture this opportunity, that have sensors all around them that capture information and do something with it, and moving up to cities that want to be smart cities and therefore cater to the same needs and also embody the same technology and build out and hold out the same opportunities. Homes, but also factories are certainly on the list. Office buildings are certainly on the list of things here. And of course, cars are very much on the list of things that capture that information and distribute them. Certainly the cars that need no driver and basically run themselves. And finally, if you want, you can think of the whole planet as a thing. There is this nice quote that says, the Internet of Things lets you hear the heartbeat of the Earth if you listen carefully. All these sensors add up to a kind of heartbeat, and then I guess we can all hope that at least we get advance warning when the first heart attack comes around. So things are almost everything you can conceivably think of, and the Internet of Things basically will allow each and every one of them to be part of that huge network distributing data. But again, data can also mean many, many things, and of course the days that data were just numerical data are long beyond, because they can equally be textual data of real text or garbled text or partial text. It can be visual data, pictures, videos, or whatever. They can be sensual data, they can pick up sounds, they can pick up smells, and all of them digitized become part of the possible input to the network and are candidates for distribution and interpretation. And so, in another categorization, many of these data will be public data. What is important, and I think extremely relevant, is that these public data become truly open data, available to all of us, to all the citizens whose taxes have paid for them, for their use, their interpretation, and maybe their exploitation. And sometimes they can be extremely private data, as in the case that these data, basically, as I started out with, come from very small objects that sit in your body and have information available about you that you would rather not exchange with everybody, that at some point in time you might really want your doctor to have access to very rapidly. So a large number of things, a large number of data, and in the combination between the two, the only net possible outcome is that we are heading for very, very big data indeed. And here are some of the numbers that I've found when I looked for them. Around 2020 or so, the guesstimate is that we will have 25 billion of these things that are connected and ready to start exchanging and to spread the word, if you will, or to spread their data around. And that is only a small fraction of the total number that is already available on the planet, that is basically available to be hooked up, about 1,000 billion of them. And then in terms of the number of data generated by each one of them, this is a statistic that I think on its own tells the story in as much detail as it needs to be told in. One of those things, a car can generate about 25 gigabytes per hour. So multiply that, if you will, by the hours in a year, multiply it by the number of cars in the world, and you already have an astonishing amount of information that needs to be taken care of. And many of you, in fact all of you in your own way, probably are already involved in coping with some of the repercussions of that in terms of the 4 questions that I've assembled here. How do we store them? Storage space is abundant and cheap, but nevertheless we're talking about very, very, very big numbers here. Can we possibly classify them quickly? Can we find out which ones are relevant and which ones may not be relevant, which ones are interesting, which ones might be interesting, which ones are definitely not interesting, hopefully as early as possible. How can we decide which ones we need to retain very quickly, because sometimes legal reasons are more or less obligatory and make it necessary to retain some kind of track record of what we are doing. So let's make sure that we retain those data, and let's not worry too much about the non-retainable ones. And finally, to delete them if we want to delete them, but to do so untraceably is also a challenge and a technical challenge of its own. So these 4 questions open up a world of difficulties that, of course, researchers will find enticing and challenging on their own, and rewarding with any and every step of progress that they will be making on the way out. I want to talk briefly about 3 categories of challenges, much less the technical ones, but I will say a few words about them, then a bit about the analytical ones, and I want to finish with the organizational ones that we see in this new world of internet appearing. And let me begin by saying a few words about the technical challenges. And again, knowing that many of you will have been involved in debates during this conference prior and following it, that dig much deeper than I possibly could and would want to do. But of course, here are just a few of the bigger ones, at least as I see them. One of the first obvious ones is the energy that will be required by all these sensors, these trillion sensors or so. And if you do a small calculation, it's already apparent that they require so much energy that the only way to generate it will be to be self-generating. For them to be self-generating, solar or in some other sense, and to have networks that have the potential to accommodate these type of small and high frequency but small limited exchanges of information. And it so happens they're just on the way out, and some of you may have seen it too. KPN, this Dutch company, proudly announced that they now have a network up and running that covers the entire country, that basically has been designed and created to precisely accommodate that kind of interchange. So already the opportunities to implement the Internet of Things in this particular sense are emerging on this national level, but clearly this is going to be a challenge beyond the Netherlands in the near future. We are talking here about machine-to-machine interaction, machine-to-machine communication. That already, I think, is maybe another metaphor for the Internet of Things, but it illustrates the specific challenge that sits there. With no human intervention, have these very complicated data interchanges at this machine-to-machine level, with all the vulnerability issues that come with that. And first indications are that they are typically always underestimated and increasingly relevant in this machine-to-machine world that we are heading for. We have a standardization challenge. I already said that standardization is an obvious need and probably a huge step forward if and when it is completed, but clearly it is still something that needs to be finalized and needs to be taken up where it so far has not been initiated yet. So again, another huge technical challenge. And then of course, once the whole thing is up and running, it needs to be maintained, which is a minor issue if you run 3 or 4 computers. But again, if you talk about these millions, if not billions of sensors, it's going to be a huge challenge on its own. So just the summary of these and many others are just a researcher's paradise, a huge opportunity for companies, large and small, that believe to have some expertise in this matter, and I think basically something to look forward to very much for further progress in the coming years. Now on to something on the analytical side. This is the only part of the lecture where it gets close to my own previous area of expertise, because here we see a lot of very interesting and very rewarding mathematics, none of which is entirely new, but all of which is facing up to the new challenges of this particular new domain. And it all starts with the need to recognize some structure, to bring some structure to this huge amount of data that we will now have available. So everything that can help do that, everything that can help us recognize these patterns is going to be a crucial ingredient for the analytics that are called for in the big data world. Pattern recognition, everything that has to do with pattern recognition, clustering, and the like are going to be an analytical ingredient, an analytical instrument that people badly need. But in coping with these huge databases, and again, huge databases to some extent are nothing new to many scientific practitioners, one of the issues that is going to haunt us more and more and more is the challenge to differentiate between correlation and causality. And of course, in a very strict philosophical sense, causality is not something you can ever hope to demonstrate conclusively, but nevertheless there is a real difference between something that emerges as a pattern that you at least can understand theoretically, and sometimes that emerges as a pattern that you think might make sense, but you have no clue how it possibly could. All of that is of course quite well known and not new, but there is a nasty twist to this particular debate when it comes to the use of big data in a kind of public security setting. If we try to identify security risks, or perhaps people who are security risks, and base that on patterns that we see emerge in their behavior that are just correlations and not necessarily causal patterns, then we could be accusing people of being a security risk on the basis of very flimsy evidence indeed. So this whole issue, differentiating between causality and correlation, becomes a very serious one and also quite a principled one when it comes to that kind of big data application. Of course, data science is now the new OK world to describe this whole list of disciplines that come together to create and help create this new world. And it is a very appealing name. The demarcation of the area does not need to be precise for it to be useful. Of course, in a revolution, demarcation is one of the things that you typically don't succeed in the first phase. But clearly the disciplines that I've mentioned here are part of, at least to me, of data science, from computer science all the way to operations research, where I used to work myself, and where a whole wealth of expertise and experience is waiting for people who want to come to grips with these large databases that we now have and will increasingly have. And if there's anything that one can predict, is that this whole development, this whole revolution, will be a fantastic source of opportunities for people with competences in these domains. These are golden years, and there will be even more golden years going forward for anybody with a degree that is anything that resembles anything that now appears on this particular list. Econometricians and operations researchers, statisticians have a great future ahead of them. If you have a son or daughter that worries about job security, this is where he or she should be heading next. So these models, these techniques, these ideas, these concepts that arise out of data science are all going to be tremendously useful. And on top of that, we have this whole area of machine learning, of automated model building, if you will, that basically goes from there and that takes the model building effort away from humans, so that we basically talk here about how to model the models and instruct machines to take that role from us, either in a supervised or unsupervised manner or something in between. And again, all these modeling techniques become available but now on an automated basis, just to be tried and tested, and just as a way to learn more and more and more about the particular database that you are looking at. And at the end of the day, something that started out as artificial intelligence is developing into the direction of analytical intelligence, of artificial analytical intelligence, an automated opportunity to come to terms and come to grips, to gain an understanding, to derive predictions from these huge databases that Internet of Things will throw at us going forward. That is, of course, in itself already a fantastic perspective. And just to drive that home, this is one area where it could be particularly impressive and particularly useful, what is now called pattern of life analytics, basically a subset from this whole new world, where we try to predict future human behavior based on our observations from the past. And that in itself already defines an enormous area of opportunity. Many of these sensors that will pick up information from our behavior will be input to this type of analytics. The term itself, I think, is very appropriate. Patterns of life, patterns in how we live our lives, used to predict what we might be doing in the future. But I think the developments around this particular application already illustrate very nicely what might go wrong or what we should worry about up front. And of course, one of the obvious challenges here is to retain the privacy that people need and want. And I'm sure you have heard about these various examples where things did not quite go as expected. Of course, these techniques were first applied in a security setting to trace where Osama bin Laden might be hiding, and as we all know, successfully so. But sometimes there are mistakes that worry us for good reasons, and the whole notion to profile people based on the patterns of life analytics outcome has led to this rather amusing episode where a father was told that he might want to take care of the needs of his pregnant daughter, the father not knowing that his daughter was pregnant, but the profiling program knowing it better than he did. So that kind of embarrassment, that kind of breach of public privacy, of very private privacy, is something that is going to be a side effect of many of these new world incidents that we are likely to face in the near future. It is not surprising and something to worry about that there is much public distrust in the direction of the companies that announce that they will be using these techniques going forward. Statistics tell us that about 50% of the public is very reluctant to trust these companies to handle these issues carefully and respectfully. And so I was intrigued and very enthusiastic to see a proposal that addresses these issues right up front, that talks about the need for responsible data science. Many people in this audience, I think, may be associated with that program. I think it is exactly the right topic to worry about. And all of you who work on it, of course, will know better than I do what it intends to do, but the key words here are the ones that figure prominently in the research proposal: fairness, accuracy, confidentiality, and transparency. And each of them, I think, is precisely what will be required from data science to contribute properly to what the new world will demand. Fairness, to make sure that the outcome of the data science analytics is without prejudice, to make sure that, for instance, the training sets that we use to calibrate the models automatically or not are not biased in any sense, because otherwise that bias will immediately translate into the outcome of the analysis. Accurate in that we avoid errors that could be really hurtful, so without guesswork, using statistical techniques that go beyond the competence of confidence intervals and the like that we know from way back when. Confidentiality, to make sure that we don't reveal anything that cannot be revealed, using encryption properly in the setting of data sharing. Again, another very interesting scientific research challenge. And of course, finally, transparent, so that the outcome of the analytic exercise will be truly undisputable and we will be not contestable on that basis alone. So here we have, I think, 4 key ingredients that data scientists should worry about, and a big research project that hopefully will help to put these ingredients in place. Now that we have to some extent described at a very superficial level the challenges and the scene that sits before us and that demands to be taken care of organizationally, let me talk finally about these organizational challenges. And both view them from a public and also to some extent from a private perspective. And again, the roles here are already complex to differentiate. The public constraint, the public challenge here is to create the right opportunities for private companies to benefit from these new great moments that are ahead of us. At the same time, make sure that some of them are exercised properly, that the constraints that are need to be there are put in place to protect everybody's interest, and to make sure that the new world that we are now facing is a world that at the end of the day we like and enjoy living in. And so to define those public constraints and to identify these private opportunities is really perhaps the main challenge that sits in front of many of us. And so, welcome to the revolution, maybe phase 2, because as I said already, it does not necessarily end well for the losers in a revolution. Here you see an appropriate reminder of what happens to the loser in a previous revolution. And all these people that were in a happy mood on the first slide are now somewhat somberly and pessimistically clustered around the guillotine, wondering who might be next. And that, of course, is the relevant question when a revolution really sits down and settles down, and when winners and losers start to emerge. So, thinking in those categories, let me first of all briefly talk about the public sector priorities here and say something about what I think needs to be done at the public level to make sure that we have the progress that we want to have within the constraints that we need. And here you see some of the priorities that I think the public sector in the Netherlands and beyond the Netherlands in Europe needs to adopt to do a proper job of what is going to come next. First of all, I think, and perhaps most importantly, I think it is very crucial that the public sector, let's say the government, politicians, embrace this technology, embrace it for what it's worth, embrace it for the chances that it brings, embrace it also for the opportunity that it brings to the Netherlands to be a true technology lab that can run ahead of the crowd and that can be genuinely a forepost of the future. And I think we have all the right ingredients in place for that. Already in some areas we are leaders, international leaders. The quantum computer is such an example, but it is certainly not the only one. So we have a great opportunity to turn this country into an ongoing laboratory where progress is made that the world will benefit from. And that translates into several commitments that I think the government again has to undertake. For instance, to make sure that our young children are properly educated, to teach them to program at an early age, for instance, just to be sure that they can benefit from all these opportunities going forward. And at the same time, I think the government, the politicians have to worry about people who might lose out on this particular revolution. And certainly many people are not ready to take a step into this new world of technology, will need to be supported and guided. Older people need to be helped. I already, partially in that category, witness around people around me are really worried about the fact that the regular mode to communicate, for instance, with local or national governments, they will soon disappear entirely, that they will be forced into the kind of digital communication that they're not comfortable with. We just need to make sure that we keep everybody on board. Secondly, to make sure that we benefit here, what I also hope will happen, and next year I think will be our first testing ground, is that we will agree amongst ourselves that we need to invest more than we did so far in research and in technical education. And this is a one-line summary of a very big story, but the one-line summary extends into saying that for reasons that are even not entirely ununderstandable but regrettable nonetheless, the Netherlands as a country has seriously underinvested in research over the past 5 years or so. We are just one of the few countries, in fact the only country in Europe, where public expenditure in research is going down rather than going up. Not just in relative terms, that would be bad enough already, but also in absolute terms. So typically these things cannot be corrected without major changes in the political system, but we do have an election next year, and I think we should all unite behind the platform that was created for that purpose and tell the political parties that about 1 billion euros needs to be invested additionally in research in the broadest sense of the word to make sure that we can keep track of what we want to keep track of. And the National Research Agenda that was previously referred to is a very useful vehicle. Some of you may know that it basically contains the input from about 12,000 questions that were posed from all over the country, that these questions were taken together and clustered into about 140 research issues, that these in turn generated about 16 to 20 projects, really new projects, of which big data is one, not surprisingly, and that these provide ample justification, ample munition to demonstrate to a next government that the 1 billion that we need can be spent on all sorts of very attractive opportunities where the Netherlands really excels. So investment in research and education, I think, is the second major priority. The third one, I say, would be to be a very modest data collector itself. So of course the government, now knowing what can be done, is very eager to start to collect data, but I would say that there already are lots of data at government level, and that each time you add more databases, more information about the citizens, you should make very, very sure that you really need it, because many, many databases are already available for use. And so modesty, I think, is the right word here. Bill Binney, who has been the technical director of NSA, the National Security Agency in the United States, has said totalitarian mass surveillance will cost lives rather than save it. I think that's exactly the right sentiment. So as important as security is, we should just make sure we keep very tight control of what people do inside these agencies. Fourthly, I think the government, and especially the Dutch government, but European government, should also make sure that the internet that we see develop is a free and safe internet. Free and safe in that encryption, I think, should be a public right to privacy, embodied in this particular way, and free also in the sense that we should try and make sure that governments don't interfere with the basic internet protocols. And that sounds more obvious than it is, because many governments right now are actively trying to do so. So we really need to work hard and ensure some kind of international convention that stops them from doing it in the future, if we can, but it's very much worth trying. And finally, we should make sure that the citizen, consumer, and this dual role is properly protected against dominant players, properly protected against forms of data discrimination, and properly protected in the sense that a genuine freedom of choice remains. And for just as a minor footnote, I wonder sometimes if our current law on cookies is really adequate for that final purpose. So these public sector priorities then I think should lay the basis for these private sector opportunities. And again, here I just want to be very brief and just mention the questions that need to be asked without pretending that I can give answers that apply to each and every situation, identify opportunities, make sure that these opportunities can be benefited from by making sure that the talent is available to do that, organize around and think about at every organization level where you want to cluster, where you want to put your specialist knowledge, make sure that you are well protected against all the risks that are also part of this new world by making sure in particular that people at the top of the organization have an adequate understanding of what the new technology can and cannot do, and make sure that you retain the confidence of your consumer, who is rightfully envious and rightfully worried that this new world may not all be blessing, certainly not blessings in disguise. If we manage to do that well, finally, then we are, I think, heading for another great triple helix opportunity. And I use this metaphor in a city that has given birth to it. Eindhoven, I think, can be very proud of what it has accomplished in that interplay between government, industry, and knowledge institutions, universities, and the like. But here, I think, another area is emerging where that could still make an enormous amount of sense. We have a world of big data coming towards us, and we know these data are plentiful, more than we can possibly handle, but the talents to do so are scarce, and that alone is a very good reason for the kind of collaboration that Eindhoven has made justly famous. And one of the possibilities to do so is one that I've been involved with myself, this Big Data Alliance, which is no more or less than a platform there where all these parties, government, industry, and knowledge institutions alike, can find each other, exchange information on the plans that they have, on the needs that they have, on the people that they are looking for, on the projects that they are embarking on, just to make sure that at least we don't duplicate work, and to the extent we can help each other, we do help each other. So here I think we have the ultimate great European opportunity to scale up that big data economy in the direction that we want. And then, of course, at the end of the day, you have to manage that particular revolution. Again, each of us in our own way, in our own organization. And if there's anything to be learned from previous revolution, these are probably the three lessons. First of all, let's just be frank and acknowledge the uncertainties. We can pretend we know the future, but we just know we don't. And there's nothing wrong with that. We are a pretty good and pretty broad company. So acknowledge the uncertainties. Secondly, be prepared to experiment. Don't bet the firm, don't bet the company, don't bet the organization too quickly, because experiments and small-scale experiments are a better way to find out what the new world is like than pursuing that one big idea, unless you are very, very certain you have it. And in doing so, seek collaboration and make sure that you find the right people to work with. And if you do so, I think you'll be more successful than you might think, because lots of other people are facing similar needs and are looking for similar next steps. So finally, again, welcome to the revolution. Again, this picture illustrates it's not always an easy episode. Sometimes it's safer to be outside of the walls than inside the walls. Impregnability, I think, really belongs in the category of famous last words. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Alexander. I think it was a great overview of the challenges that lie ahead. So I would like to invite the audience to pose questions. But there is a question in the back there.
I'm Peter Wu from Inshuma Consultancy Company. And I have seen these 2 days, we have talked so much about the advantages of the internet, of big data. However, is there an uncertainty of the disadvantage that the whole world is connected through internet and big data? Is that a risk that there isn't diversity anymore? There are too many unification, standardization. In such a case, it is impossible to have another civilization like China, once was blocked from the Western world. So they develop their own knowledge. So is there a risk nowadays in the whole world, because it's totally connected with the internet of things, internet of everything? Is there an uncertainty of risk? Because when I did my PhD in TU Delft, my supervisor from MIT introduced me to read a very important paper about cyber balkanization, published in the Journal of Science. It has indicated this kind of risk that the whole world is connected. Then everyone thinks in the same group, the same direction, produce the same standardization of big data, of internet of things, of whatever. Is there such kind of risk? How can we prevent this risk to celebrate diverse civilization in the whole connected world? Thank you very much.
I'm not sure that I have a good answer, and I'm not even sure that I fully understand your question. But basically, if you're worried about a world where we will be dictated, our behavior will be dictated by a single perspective, fed to us from a single source, I can assure you that we will are very likely to screw up significantly long before we get there. So I don't think you and I will live to see that scenario, and frankly, I don't think our grandchildren will either. So.
Is there another question? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Stock. I work for the RELX Group, formerly Reed Elsevier. In the slide on the public sector priorities, you mentioned 5 bullets, one being protecting citizens and science. And you didn't, you mentioned, I think, against monopolies and data discrimination, but not so much privacy or personal data. Do you intentionally neglected to mention that, or is it because you feel that there is already a sufficient level of personal protection? Okay.
Certainly not. And I thought I didn't mention it because I thought I had properly referred to it before. But all of you probably know that we are now in the middle of a new European regulation on this particular area. To the extent I know the details, I think most of it is appropriate and most of it is probably too late. And here you have a domain where I think the political decision process, the democratic decision process inevitably takes so much time that by the time it is completed, circumstances have changed again. So this is really an area, and now I'm sort of just for 2 seconds speaking as a semi-politician, this is really an area where we need input from professionals like the ones assembled here. We cannot create decent regulation, decent legislation that works and that is appropriate, not overdoing it, but not underdoing it either, without the professional world telling us what is needed and what is required. So I encourage all of you to provide input to whoever your political friends are, and make sure that we do a decent job when it gets to translating this new European regulation to this country.
Thank you very much. I think we have to stop here. So I would like to thank Alexander again. So we now move to the last part of the program, and Marta and myself, we will take care of that. I will show a few slides, and then Marta will say some closing words. So I hope that you enjoyed this conference. It is in a very special building, and perhaps I can tell a small joke about this building. So in the south of the Netherlands, in Brabant, the province where we are now, we are known for being very, let's say, hands-on. Just do things, not talk too much, and just do it. So sometimes we can build things very quickly. And I think Alexander was also referring that a bit with the triple helix. So this building is a very famous landmark, but at some point in time, a very successful entrepreneur, Wim van der Leegte, who is the owner of the VDL company, he was showing some foreigners around through Eindhoven and saying, well, we are doing all of these new things and it's all spectacular. And then they were passing this building and he was not talking about it, but the people were looking at this building and they said, what the kind of strange building this is? And then they asked him, what is that building? And then Wim van der Leegte looked very surprised and he said, oh, that was not there this morning. Showing how quickly we can sometimes realize things here. So I think it's a beautiful place to have a conference like that. We will keep the closing very short, but I would like to highlight some of the things. I hope that what we have seen is that this area is a big area, it's a complicated area with many challenges, and I hope this conference helped at least some of you to find your way better in this complex area. One of the things that have been emphasized in many talks is that currently there is a kind of war on talent. If you look, for example, at the Dutch tax department, they announced last year that they want to hire 1,500 data scientists. There are not 1,500 fresh data scientists, so it's very important that we educate people in the proper way. And in some of the talks you have heard about ambitious programs to actually realize this. This conference is also about bridging gaps. If we look at this conference, we see that there is that we try to bridge the gap between academia and industry. We've tried to bridge the gap between technology and real-life applications, and we have tried to bridge the gap between economic value and responsible data science. I think issues like privacy and things like that surfaced in many of the talks that were given. And I think that was something that was a returning topic. There are still many challenges, so in the future there will be more of these conferences. We got a lot of homework to work on, and I hope that many of you got inspired by the very beautiful talks that we had. So it's also time to say a bit of thanks. So you have to realize, although we are doing this in Eindhoven, that this has been a national initiative. It is part of the Dutch presidency, which is ending this week. And the whole of Data Science Netherlands joined forces to get this event to Eindhoven. And I think that's very nice that we got so much support. The Amsterdam Data Science Center was also one of the organizers of this event. We had beautiful speakers. We thank the audience that remained until the last moment. We also thank our sponsors. You've seen the logos before on various TV screens. What would be normally happening at a conference like this is that you would ask people that did a lot of work to come forward. But for the people that have been to the back of the stadium, you will see that this is an infeasible option because there is a very steep stairs to go up. So what I will do is I will just show some slides where I would like to highlight a bit the people that did a lot of work. And I will not mention all of them, but a few of the main players. So John and Ludovic, they were conference co-chairs together with me. They did a lot of work. The preparation started already like half a year or a year ago. There are the program co-chairs, Marta Nagy-Rothengass and Peter Haase, who you probably have seen in different sessions. We also got a lot of support from the EU. So most notably Francesco and Malte, who have also been chairing sessions, put a lot of hours into organizing this event. Behind the scenes, there was also the EDF steering committee, chaired by Søren Auer, and all of these people provided a lot of guidance into organizing an event like this. Now I move a bit to the local people. So the first part of the organization of this conference was mainly done by Maurice Grote. But then he realized how much work that this was, so he quit his job and got another job. So we had to mobilize lots of new people. Somebody that has been involved from the beginning is Joost Buys. He's sitting there and he has been doing a lot of work. I think he will get a bit of sleep after today, but he did not get much sleep in the last couple of weeks. So these are people that put in a lot of effort. These are other people that were heavily involved in the organization. Inge, Lucien, Patricia, and Ine all put a lot of effort in there. You have to realize that, I don't know, on one of these days this evening, I was eating sushi with the visitors that we had, and they were still packing the bags that you had. So let's give a very big applause for these people. And now to conclude, I would like to hand over to Marta.
Thank you very much. Will, it should work with the mic. You did most of the work what I was prepared to do. So I just would like to thank to all organizers. You have shown everyone. And I would like to give us a special thank to yourself, because you were behind the team. And I think you share with me this thanks to Will also for the great job. So, yeah. I also would like to thank to those of you who took the time, prepared a poster, prepared a presentation, give a talk, or contributed in any other way to the success of the conference. And also to those of you, they came first time or second time just to be there, just to join us, and come back next time again. And the tradition of our conference has been that we always announce at the closing session the next date and the next place of the EDF. Unfortunately, after doing 4 times, this time we are in a challenging situation. The tradition has been that we have the conference always in collaboration with an European presidency. This year it was the Dutch presidency. We had the pleasure to enjoy the last 2 days of the presidency, but we don't have yet for next year the final decision. As you might know, Malta is one of the presidency countries next year, and UK is the other one. You are smiling. We were not smiling before. So the decision is still open. We will inform you as soon as possible. We have also an additional move, but I'm very happy to see it. In addition to the many volunteers, they are behind the conference. And Will was giving us names, but he was not giving us hours of invested work, and we know that it is a lot. So in addition to this volunteer work and to this very engaged work, we have also our public-private partnership. And we would like to have the next event even in closer partnership with the PPP and with the many volunteers here. So therefore, together with the PPP and the community, we will organize the next EDF. It will give the next EDF, and we will announce it as soon as possible to do it. So please, your patience. It might be in one of the presidency countries, it might be a surprise somewhere else. let's see. Big data analytics will help to find the right place to optimize everything. So these patterns, pattern recognitions and all of the analytics tools will be there, and we will visualize it for you accordingly then on the page. The last what remains me to say at this stage, also we are facing Olympic Games. And I have heard from some of the people, oh, I had the feeling it is 5 minutes and the conference is close to be over. So indeed, the time is going to the end. So EDF is over. EDF, the 5th EDF in Eindhoven is over. The games are closed. Thank you very much and have a safe back way home.